Hey guys, welcome. It's Kens. So today I'll be showing you how to create a 2D platformer on Godot. So this video is intended for beginners, so I will be going very slowly and in all the details that I can give you. So this is how the Godot interface shows when you open it. As you can see down here, I'm on the Godot 4.62, which is the most recent release. So before we start, let me show you which asset I'm using. So in your Chrome, you can look for Kenny, which is a very useful website to find different type of assets. So for today's video and tutorial, I'll be using the simplified platform pack. As you can see, we have one character and different set of platformers and few types of objects, collectibles, some effects, and some selectors. As you can see, we got event distract. So as you can see, for the license, I usually go for the CCO since it can be resell or redesigned for whatever you want. Once you have downloaded it, you can add it to your Godot. So now let's go back to Godot. I'm gonna come back to Godot. Now I need to create my project. So I'm gonna come here and click on create. Now I need to name it. So I'm just going to go with something very basic. So I'm just going to name it as platformer. Now that I got my platformer, I need to select on what folder to save it. So as you can see, I'm just going to come and save it here. So I'm just going to come here and click on select current folder. My game is mostly oriented for Android phones. So I'm going to keep this on mobile and not change anything and click on create and wait for it to actually start. This might seems to be a little bit slow, but as you can see now, Godot has started. So I'll be working in 2D. So as you can see, you come here on up bar, you click on 2D. Now we are good. Before even we move any further, I just need to make sure that I have created set of folders on what I'm going to save most of my scenes and scripts and whatsoever. I like to have all the things in my game organized, which keeps it really easy to change and modify for so many. So we're going to come on this folder and click and right click, create a new folder, and we're going to rename it as first one, we're going to name it as code. And to keep it easy, we're just going to press Control on your keyboard and press Control D to duplicate that folder. And we're going to name the second one as levels. Duplicate again, but make sure the selection is actually working. So we got levels. Now we're going to name the other one layer. Duplicate again. We're going to name it as UI. Duplicate again. We need something like world. And inside world, what I'm going to do is create a new folder. And inside that folder, we're going to name it as objects. Click on OK. Now we can click here to open it and see it. We're going to duplicate the inside folder. And we can name it the styles or whatsoever. No use for the right now. So inside the course, I'm going to save some game states and some autoload script. Inside this script, I'm going to save some scenes for my level, like level 1, 2, 3, or whatever you want to make. And inside here, I'm going to save mostly the player. In UI, I'm going to save things that holding like UI, HUD, and whatsoever. So the first step, it's over. We're going to go first to project settings. I'm going to show you a few things. First of all, since we are creating an Android game, which means a mobile game, we need to enable something when we are creating on Godot. So if you do not enable this emulate path from mouse, you cannot actually move some of the UI that's supposed to work on mobile, like buttons, joysticks, or whatsoever. So once you've selected this one, I would like to change another thing before importing my assets. I'm going to change the texture. So we're going to come on rendering textures, and we're going to keep this one to nearest. And if you want even more detailed, I'm going to go in display in Windows. We're going to change the size of the screen to something more pre-designed than the basic thing that you get. So I'm gonna go with 1080 and 720 for the eye. So once that's selected, we're gonna scroll down until you find the stretch mode. We're gonna come to stretch mode and we're gonna keep it to canvas height. So once that's selected, we can click on close and we're gonna press Ctrl S to save. Let's reduce this first. So now, as you can see, there are different ways to import assets in Godot, but the one I usually get to use is just opening one of my folder or the folder holding my assets. Like this one, what you can do is just come and drag this one inside here. And once you minimize this, you can wait until that's done. Now I can come and open it. So remember downloading this from the King website. You won't really contain everything that I'm doing right now. I'll leave the link in the description for this other thing, like the audio, the fonts, text, and the joysticks. These three extras, they are not really included in the basic part. So it's just a combination that I'll be using for this tutorial. So now let me show you something. So for the joystick, as you can see, it's just basically the commands that I'll be using for my game. I need to move my character using the joystick. I could have been using a button left and right, but I kind of feel like using a joystick is kind of fun. So we got these different types of joysticks, and that's all. And when it comes to fonts, I got these different types of fonts actually here, which are pretty useful, but I won't be really using them. I just got them from another project of mine. Now, when it comes to audio, I didn't really do a selection of whatever I wanted. I just took a bunch of audio which I can be reusing in this game, and I will delete the remaining if I don't use them. Right. Now that's done, we can now start with the design of the game. Right. And now I need to add something. So we're gonna come to core. I'm gonna right click, come to create new. I'm gonna create a new script. Make sure that we rename it to something like game, right? This seems to be pretty good. So for now, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Then I'm gonna move to my next stage, which is to create a character of this game. So to create a character, I'm gonna use the character node 2D, which is the character body D. So we're gonna come in filter, we're gonna type char, then you can already see the character body 2D here appearing. Now we're gonna come to the character body 2D and we're gonna rename it as player. So player, now save. When you finish to create a player, you click Ctrl S to save it. We already made a different set of folders, so just come naturally and save it in one of those folders. Now, as you can see, there is this other sign appearing. This node has no shape and it cannot collide or interact with other objects. So we need to add a collision shape body. So we come again in the search bar, we type collision shape 2D. So make sure you're selecting collision shape 2D, not polygon 2D. Once you have the collision shape 2D, they will tell you that a shape must be provided for the collision shape function. So now, as you can look this side, we have this section which called the inspector. In the inspector, we have different functions related to the node we have selected this side in the same section. So once the collision shape is selected, I'm gonna come and click on this small arrow down here, which is the shape. Let's select various type of shapes. But here I'm gonna select the capsule shape. Then we can come and zoom in using the mouse. For me, I'm using the mouse pad on my laptop, which I can just use fingers to zoom in and out. Maybe if you have an Excel mouse, you can use the ruler to zoom in and out. So there is another tricky but very useful function is using these buttons, different sort of buttons to move easily this part of the screen. So if you press J on your keyboard, you can move actually the whole scene like this. And to go back to selection mode, you press Q. There is R for resize, and there is S. I think there is Z for rotation, isn't it? Yeah, it's basically physical E for rotation. But the most useful ones are just Q for the selection mode and J for the movement. Those two are the most used. So just remember Q for selection and J for uh, moving. Now, once it's selected, I'm going to zoom a little bit in and press Q. So now we have made a player, but something that's missing, as you can see, is the visual of the player. Since we are making an animated player, which needs different sets of animation. As beginner, even as a professional or intermediate, I prefer using something easy, especially when I'm working on a 2D game. I usually use an animated sprite 2D node, which is pretty easy to set up and use and call in the code. So I'm just going to keep its name just like that. But as you can see, they will also tell you a sprite frame resource must be created. So to create that sprite frame resource is the same as for the previous things. You just come to the inspector, then you need to attach a sprite frame. To attach that, it's very easy. You come here and in new, you're going to click on new sprite frame. Now, if you click on that sprite frame, there is this sprite frame menu which will appear down here, where we can configure most of our animations. So for my character and the image that Any provided us, it provides us with a few set animations. The first one is an idle animation. So for idle animation, I'm just going to keep it simple. Since it's a single image, I can even enable autoplay, but no need to change the speed or whatsoever, since it's just a single image. Now, to add that image, there are two ways to that. When you're adding a full image, you're adding directly a frame, you just need this icon. But when it's a sprite sheet, you need to select the sprite sheet icon. But as you can see, I'm not using the tile sheet. If I was using tile sheet, it's easy also to set up. So I will just show you both methods. If I had to use sprite sheet method, I'll come and select sprite sheet. But as you can see, the sprite sheet isn't really set up perfectly. In recent versions of Godot, we did not have the auto slice, so you had to manually actually set up this image. As you can see, is a 4x2. So if I come in and do a 4x2 manually, you can see how perfectly splitted it is now. But another method which is very useful in these new versions of Godot, if I just come here and click auto select, as you can see now, it's easier to understand. I wouldn't really recommend a beginner to start with these methods, since it's easy to just come and click. For me, I know this is the idle animation, but for a beginner, I wouldn't know which animation to select and how to select them. So another method that I would recommend for beginners is to come and manually select. I'll just come to asset folder, double click on it. We're going to come to PNG. Inside the PNG folder, you'll find this folder called characters. As you can see, when you're using single image, it's easier for you to pinpoint which animation you're looking for, since it's written. For this one, it's written tab format. Character idle, I'm just going to double click on that one. Let's zoom out a little bit. As you can see, now we got idle animation. So to add a second animation or more if you want, there is this small icon which is add animation, or you can also press Ctrl N on your keyboard, add more if you want. So I need maybe 3 more. So I'm going to come for the first one. I'm going to rename it as climb. Now that we got climb animation, I can disable the auto loop, because if auto loop is enabled, the animation will be playing in the loop. I will show you very easily. So now to select two frames, you just use Control. You can select the first one, and the second one, press maintaining control on the keyboard to select the second one. We're going to click open. Once it's open, as you can see, since the animation is unlooped, we won't really looping. But if you keep it on looping, the animation will be playing like this. Now it's playing that wonderful climb animation. I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave climb in loop. We might have to change it later, but for now, I'm just gonna keep it like that. Another animation we need to add for our game is the run animation. Isn't really running, but is kind of walking. But I'm just gonna keep it and name it as a run animation. Sorry. So since I'm not using sprite sheets, that come and fit here. So for run, it's not really run as I told you, since we're using 2 frames for run animation, which is named walk 1 and walk 2. I'm gonna come there and click that one. Once open, as you can see, just gonna come and look at that. I can increase the speed. As you can see, the more you increase the FPS, the more the frames are also playing. So to keep it smooth, I'm just gonna keep it to 7. This isn't really a wonderful animation, see, but it's basic for you to learn and understand the basic knowledge of animations in Godot. So let's move to the next animation, which is the jump animation. I'm just gonna rename it as jump, and I want to really be changing most of these parameters since we are still on beginner's level. I'm just going to come here and select my jump animation here, and here we are. So for better or for further modifications, I would recommend you keep most of the animation on idle. And we're gonna come here and lock this animation node. So to lock it, you can just come here and press Control. You can press here on this icon, but if you want to lock it through your keyboard, you just press Control L, then you can lock it. Because if you do not lock it, let's say you move it like this, which means the collision of this image or this character won't be aligned with the collision shape, and the image won't be centered. So to undo, just Control Z. Now we did an undo. Then, as you can see, the collision shape is kind of behind my image, but I need to see the collision shape for me to modify it. So I'm just going to select this node, drag and drop it underneath. As you can see, now I can see the collision shape from here. So I'm going to come here and lock it. So I really have to move it around. Selecting this collision shape, I'm going to come and zoom in using, again, fingers on the mouse out. Now I can come and resize this. If you move further like this, it's going to be more of a circle, but if you move in a little bit, it becomes more of a capsule. So I don't really need to create a shape which is going to fit the whole image. I can use my arrows to move the collision shape down also. So no need for you to fit the whole things. I'm just going to keep it basic like this. Let's press Control L to lock it. That since I do not want any weird interaction, I'm just going to come and hide it like this. Let's press Control S and save. Now we need a few more nodes for my character, my player. The first things we're going to add is a raycast 2D. We're going to come in the search bar, then we're going to click on raycast 2D. We're going to add raycast 2D. Let's rename the raycast 2D by double clicking it, or what you can also do is just manually come right click and click on rename. Or what you can do also when it's selected, you just press on F2 to rename it. But the easier way is just to come on the name and double click, and now you can rename it very easy. So now we're gonna rename our raycast 2D as ground check. So basically, this node is used to it's kind of sending a signal every time it collides with something. So in my case, I'll be using it to detect if my player is on the floor or not. So if he's not on the floor, I'm going to play the jump animation, which can also be played as fall animation. We'll see furthermore when we move forward. So this raycast 2D renamed as ground check. I'm going to use it like this. No need to modify anything. As you can see, it's perfectly fitting the image and the size that required. So Control L again to lock that node so that I won't really have to move it around. Next thing we need to add in Godot is an area 2D. We're going to add an area 2D. Let me show you. So come to player, add card node. We're going to add area 2D. Here it is. So an area 2D is a node in Godot which used to send signals when detects another area or a body inside. It's basically like, I can say is a motion detector or a camera. I'm speaking of physical camera which detects body or a motion sensor or whatsoever you can think of. So to keep it simple, it's just basically a snitch telling you something entered, something exit. So it's basically used like that. So the first area I'm going to rename it is my HUD box. So come here and type HUD box. So we got the HUD box. Now, as you can see, also for the type area 2D, they say you need a shape. Of course, we need a shape. Since it's an area, we need to add something here. Then I don't know what is. Oh, sorry. So you just come here and right click on area. We're going to add collision shape. So there is a very useful recent here, which can show you the recent node that you have used. So we need the collision shape, whether you can manually tap here if it doesn't show here, but since it was recently used, I'm just going to come here and double click on that collision shape. Then you already know if it's indicating like this, which means we gotta go to Spectre and add a shape to that area. So for my HUD box, I'm gonna add a rectangular shape, which won't really something big. So I'm just gonna resize it something like this to fit the square. No, not the square, the rectangle shape of this character, but not really, getting off the edge of this character. I'm gonna press Ctrl L to lock it, and I can hide it right now, but not yet. So I want to show you something which also will make it easy for you to kind of work harder and faster on your project. We come on the root node, this root node for this collision shape. We're going to press Ctrl D, and as you can see, I'm just going to double click to rename it. I need another area to detect something else. Since this area is used to detect damages, this one's going to be used to detect another thing. So this one, I'm going to use it as a ladder detector. So I'm just going to come here and rename it as ladder detector. Ladder detector. What am I writing? Detector. Right, something like that. Okay. Now, something very important that you should know is the fact that if you duplicate something inside a separate node, then you need to bring modifications to a duplicated thing. Let's say for this one, this collision shape, if it shows this icon, which means they're still linked in a matter that if I change the size of this one, it's changing also the size of the ladder collision shape. So to avoid that, you need to come and break the link with them. Now I can hide this collision shape on that side, and I can change the ladder collider, the ladder detector, something a little bit small. So I need only the centralized part of my character to detect. Sorry, it's locked, so I can move it center. Once selected, I use my key on my key arrows to kind of center it. Once I centered it on the y-axis line, this y-axis line, once it's centered, I'm just going to come and lock it. Right? Now, this is perfect. So for now, we can say this character is almost perfect, but let's also add this to kind of, for aesthetic, just keep it simple like this. So something that you need to add on your character if you want the character to be visible when moving around, you need to add a camera. So come on player, we're going to right click and add a camera to the nodes. We're just going to keep it simple like that. Nothing to change here since you're still in beginner mode. But as you can see, there are a lot of options here that you can add, but I want you to keep it very simple for now. Right? So if you are creating this game at the same time with me, you can pause and try to actually remake this simple character that I just realized. You can pause video right now and try on your own as well. Then we can move forward after this. Right. So I bet you have already designed your character. Now we're gonna move to the next step. You're gonna come on the small cross, click on it. Instead of using this, which might be very confusing because we don't know the name yet, we always gonna click on it. So I'm gonna come here and click on add a node. I need to design something. So I'm gonna type control, this control node, double click on it. Now we have this control node. Before we save it, we're gonna close time here on ink preset. We're gonna set it to full rectangle so that it's gonna fit the whole screen size. Press Ctrl L, we're gonna lock it. As you can see, now it's locked. I can come double click on it and we're gonna rename it. Now I'm creating virtual joystick. So for my game, I need to control my character. I'm gonna control my character using a joystick. So this is the simplest way to design a joystick on Godot. So before we save it, just come click on your keyboard Control S. Once we click Control S, we can click on small arrow to go back, and we're gonna save our virtual joystick inside UI since it's a UI component. Click on Save. Now, as you can see visually, there is actually or literally nothing here. So to add now a joystick which you can move, you need to add something that we can actually see and touch and move. So we're gonna add different type node. We're gonna type in the search bar texture rect. Once you already tap of it, you can see different type of texture node that we have, but first we're focusing on the texture rect. So double click on that texture rect. Now that texture rect, it's showing, it's gonna be, I'm gonna set it up later. So first of all, we're gonna just, with the texture rect in the scene node selected, we're gonna press Ctrl V on our keyboard. Now we have two texture rects. Let's rename the first texture rect as base. So we're gonna name this base. The second one, I'm gonna name it as knob. Knob. I don't know how you pronounce it, but let's take knob. Once that's done, we're gonna come and select only the base. Let's enable the grids. As you can see, you can enable the grid by pressing also on Shift J again to deactivate it. So these are just simple shortcuts which can make your work very easy, your workflow very easy and very fast. So I'm going to use another shortcut which J I already showed you to actually move things around. So I need to be a little bit centered and zoom in a little bit using my on my mouse pad. Once that's done, go back to select mode by pressing Q. Now I'm gonna select something like let's say the 2x2 seems to be nice, but not really enough. So I'm gonna go with a 3x3, which is a perfect square. So the base as a perfect square, I can come and press Ctrl L to lock it. Now, for my base, what we can do is add the texture. To add a texture is adding an image, which is a visual that we can do. Okay. So as you can see here in the inspector node, there is the texture. Just can click on this quick load. Quick load will load for you all the images you can preset in your game very quickly and very easily. As you can see, we have different types of presets. But if you want to select an image specifically, you can just come and click on that long thing. I will show you again. You come on the small arrow, then down the last option, which is loads option, click on loads. Now they will show you your folders since it's stored in assets. I'm going to come double click on assets. Now in my joystick folder, I can come and pick whichever I want precisely. I can use this one already written joystick, or I can select this splitted joystick. I prefer this one. It's kind of looking very nice, and I love that. So something that can actually happen very often is the image you're inserting is way bigger than the size of your of your texture rect, which can be very awkward. Let me show you what happens if I change the size of my, as you can see, since my image is preset, I cannot change the size going inside that, meaning I cannot reduce the size of it. So it's stuck to a certain size. So now, to actually define that, you can come in inspector mode and in expand mode, we're gonna select an option which is ignore size. Now, in ignoring size, which means I can, open. Oh yeah, I kind of like zoomed out. So now with this one selected, as you can remember, I told you we're gonna use a 3x3. I think it seems like the 3x3 is a bit too slow, so I can do something maybe 5x5. Yeah, 5x5 or 4x4 is kind of nice. So once that's selected, I'm gonna press Ctrl and that's no. So for a no, I already showed you how to do the long load system, which is very useful when you can look at something, but for faster and more efficient work, just use the quick load. So in quick load, I'm gonna select between these two. There is the large handle and the small handle, but I feel like the small handle is more natural for us to use because the large handle is going to fill the size of the base, which is not prepared. So once that's done, you can manually come and drag it a little bit in the center. But don't worry about that. That will be end up in the coding part how to center all of this. which is not really what we need right now. So select no, we're gonna lock it as well. As I just previously said, I haven't really started with coding. I will do it once all what I need is designed. So now we have made a virtual joystick. You can now, remember, press Ctrl Shift J to deactivate it. Now I'm gonna leave this as it is, and I'm gonna let you take a screenshot or design your own right now. So pause this video and try to design your own virtual joystick in Godot. Right. I bet you have designed just your virtual joystick. So let's move on to the next one. So again, come on this small mouse. We're going to click on add a node and we're going to add the control node here with. So now we need to design something else. So once the control node is selected, we come on anchor presets and we're going to select the full rect. Once done, Control Alt block. So what I want to add right now is a jump button. So I'm going to come here and I'm going to rename this node as jump. Some of the time just need to stick to simple details. So make sure that the first letter, most of the node that you're naming is a capital letter. So we're going to name it as jump btn, or which stands like alpha jump button. Now, once that's done, we press Ctrl Alt on your keyboard, and we're going to save it in the same folder as the virtual joystick, which is the UI folder. If you cannot find it, you can just see it here, or you can manually come back here and click again on UI and click on save. Now that you have jump button, again, you need that visual part. So here we used to, in virtual joystick, we use texture rect. We use two different types of texture rect. But for the jump button, I'm going to use something different. So right click on child node. We're going to add something also is a texture, but it's not a texture rect, but it's called a texture button. So once you have that texture button, we're going to come double click on it and we're going to rename that texture bar as jump. Same system, jump btn. And again, I forgot to set the first character as a capital letter. So we got the jump button. Now we need to actually add that. We need to add the texture, but I don't seem to see where to add texture. So if you can't just like me, because you can see I can't actually figure out to add the texture directly from the inspector. What you can do is come through our file system, and in this assets folder, we're going to expand it and look manually for the texture we want to add. So what I want to add is actually the large handle, not the small handle. So what I can do is come, drag, and drop it there. Then now they're going to ask you for the texture. We do not go in complex like texture press, texture over, and all of this, because these are too complicated for now. We're going to stick to texture normal. So once drag and drop, just click on texture normal. Again, I'm going to use same drift. Here, make sure that you click texture normal, right? No need to change the size bits. So I'm just going to keep it simple as it already is. So I can come here and close this. Don't all grudge. I'm just a perfectionist. That's why I love to. I bet you have designed your jump button. Now we're going to move to the next step. So the next step will be very quick, but also very easy to replicate. So we're going to create a set of collectibles. We're going to start with the number one, which I just judge as a bone on the list. Nothing really critical. So we're going to go on our search bar and type aria, or you can again use the recent ones, which is very useful and very quick. Fine. So we're going to add an area 2D, and we're going to rename that area 2D as key, right? We're going to press Ctrl S to save that key. So to save our key, we're going to come to world, and inside the folder object that we have our key. Now we're going to key. If you remember very well, by now you should know that an area 2D requires a collision shape. Right. So right click at the child node, we're going to add a collision shape, and this collision shape needs a shape that we can add from the inspector. So I'll come here, I'm going to add a circle, and I'm going to use J on my keyboard to actually drag and move it around. Now I need to just zoom in to where exactly I want it. So now in Godot, there is two. In my Godot, actually, I can say in this tutorial, I'll be showing you two ways to display something. So if the object is animated or as that object as animation sprite frame, you can use an AnimatedSprite2D. But if you just require to display a single image, there are two ways to that. You can use a texture rect, which is actually useful and very easy to use as well, or you can use a sprite2D. That's why they come like close to each other like this. The Sprite2D does not add an animation. It's just basically a sprite node. I'm just going to double click on that one. As you can see, it does not even ask you to actually add a texture to it. It can just be all this, but we actually need to add the sprite to it. For now, what I can do right now is add a key. As you can see, there is this key, the different set of colors of keys. But through the code, I will show you how we can actually implement all of them. So again, the same issue. So this time we're going to just drag this sprite top, press Ctrl L to lock it. And for the collision shape, I'm going to resize it via all of this. Press Ctrl L again, and we're going to hide that one. Done and well designed. So you can again pause the video and try to design on your own. So the next stage, we need to design a gem. So no need for you again to actually come in and start designing the whole thing. What we can do, which is a really quick way to actually create different sets of objects when they use the same tree root node or the same structure. We're gonna come to the key, press on it, Control D. Now that we have that, we can come and rename it as gem. Once that's done, I'm just going to double click on that gem, double click on it. As you can see now, it opened, but it opened with the resources that was given to the key. Now, two things that you need to change. You just come to key. First of all, we're going to rename that area as gem, and we're going to change its texture here. To remove that texture, just click on the small arrow, and we're going to quick load it using this thing. Now, we're going to pick just a random I'm just going to pick blue as default for now, right? Now, for the collision shape, you can check if it satisfies you. But for me, like right now, everything I'm making is actually basically easy to implement and add, right? Now, the next one on this list is something that I'm going to add, but it's not a collectible object. It's actually a trap, which is going to deal damage to my character, but uses the same structure as the gem. So to create that object, we're just going to come on gem, press Ctrl D, duplicate it, and this object is a spike. So rename the new scene. As you can see, don't ever change what comes after the points or the dots here. If you rename this extension, it won't be valid, then it won't open Godot. So we can just name all that comes before the dots, right? Click on OK. Now let's open that spike. Once the spike is open, we're just gonna come drag zoom in. Now we rename again same procedure, spike, and we need to change the image. So let's remove this, and what we're gonna do is come and look for the spike image. As you can see, we have this platformer spikes here. So now when it comes to collision shape, we can be using the circular shape to remove it. Same procedure, just click on this small icon. Now we need to load a rectangle shape to it. We can move it down here to kind of fit the image of the collision. And again, what's colliding or what's detecting is this blue shape thing. So if you put it too big, let's say you put it here, your character every time will be colliding with the spike, won't be colliding with the image, but the collision shape. And the collision shape will send the signal to this spike and telling him that the player is colliding here. So it's going to deal damage to the player. So just make sure that it actually fits the image, since we can only see the image, not their collision. Right? Once that's done, we're going to load it. So there is something that you need to add spikes first, which is something actually special to it. Once spike is selected, as you can see, we have the inspector side here. Now, right now we are logged on inspector. We can go on signal, but what we actually need for right now, we need to go to group. So what we can do is click on this small cross. We're gonna add a group. I'm gonna explain to you later on why I'm creating a group for this and make it global. Once that's done, click on OK. Now you can see it's selected, and I can press Ctrl F, save. So I need to add another scene. I need another thing for my game, and what I need to add is a saw, which is also a trap, which belongs to the group of traps. So what I need to do is once Spark is selected here in the folder, they cannot be done on the tree node is because actually I'm selecting Spark here and not here. Since I haven't clicked here, I need to make sure that you're clicking here. Then once you select that, you can actually come and do whatever you want. So let's rename that the saw. Once it's done, and click on OK, we're gonna open the saw itself. Now, you already know the drill. By now, it's very simple. You just need to change a few things like the collision shape. Then before we even move on, you already see it belongs to the trap. Just make sure it belongs to the three nodes, which is an area 20 tab union. So now we need to change this sprite. So we need to move back to the inspect part to see this image. To remove that sprite thing, and let's look for our saw. As you can see, here it is. Now I'm gonna pick it. So later on in the code, I'll be showing you how to make it rotate gradually to make it more natural. Right now, just gonna keep it. Pressing Ctrl S to save. And the collision shape, as you can see, it's a rectangular shape, which isn't great. So what we need to do is, first of all, if you come to the inspector in transform, as you can see, we have changed its position. We need it to go back to 0 by 0 on the coordinate axis. Now it's on 0. I need to remove rectangular shape, and we're going to add a circle shape to it. Now let's resize it to fit the size of our collision 2D. So as you can see, the tip of the blades should be a little bit bigger than the collision shape detector. Once that's done, I can log and go down. So now, when it comes to the saw, as you can see, this is actually pretty nice, but there is a small issue if the fact that right now there is nothing that can actually collide and with the player or anything. So right now, if the player can pass this through this saw, it just passes like it's passing through an image or a ghost. So to enable that collision or the collision ability, we need to come and do something. Actually, we're going to add a different type of node. We're going to add a node which is basically stated by name. It's a static body 2D, which is a body which collides and adds a collision. So that body needs collision. What we can do is just come and copy the collision which belongs to the same root node. What we do is Control C on your keyboard, and we come on top of the static body and press Control V or manually right click and add test. Now, as you can see, now if I enable both of them, remember that small issue I told you, if you do not change the size of this, if you do not break the link between them, every time you'll be modifying one, you'll be changing the size of the other one. So I'm just going to hide that one, and to keep it very simple and very different from each other, what I can do is change the debug color. Change the debug color, just come and click right there, and now you can change the color of whatever you want. So I want something reddish. So using the RGB, I'm just gonna change this here, and I can hide it. So I'm gonna come here, the static body to the root node. I'm gonna come and right click, press Control, copy, save. Then inside spikes, I'm gonna come back and press Control V. Now, inside here, I need to change collision shape again. So I'm gonna go for a rectangle shape. I'm gonna come here. Let's enable the vision of this one. So I'm gonna move it so that it actually matches kind of not the height but the width. So I need it to collide with this a little bit smaller and move it down just like that. Now look it. Now what happened is if the character comes this blue is going to notify the spike that the player collided here, and this reddish part is actually the block which is going on which the character can stand or collide with. Simple and very basic to add and implement. Right. Now let's close this. They are done and that's good. But when it comes to key and gem, no need to add a collision to them. It's actually pretty nice right now. So again, you can pause and try to design it on your own, right? It's very simple to make. So my next stage right now is to show you how to create a door. So we're gonna go on the same principle again. So create a door. I'm gonna click there. The door is stop area 2D. So just checking your recent. You still have an area 2D. Let's rename that area 2D as door, right? And we're gonna add a child node. We're gonna add a sprite 2D. But for the sprite 2D, I need two different types of sprite 2D. I'm gonna duplicate the first one. Let's rename the first one as I'm gonna rename it as closed sprites, right? We're gonna see why. And the second one, I'm gonna rename it as open sprite, right? Pretty awesome, isn't it? So now, before fixing this issue, let's first look what is closed sprite and what open sprite. So for closed sprite, we're gonna come in the textures and I'm gonna show you. So if we scroll down a little bit, as you can see, I want to implement this type of doors. Right now, by default, I'm just going to pick this one first. And for open, won't really change. So we're going to add also a texture for open. As you can see, we have only one unique open texture here. So just keep it that way. Now let's go back to door, right click on the root node. Sorry, I left click it. So add a child node, we're going to add a collision shape 2D. And that collision shape 2D needs a shape as always. So let's zoom in, and what we can do is shift J. Sorry, what have I done? Make sure that you're not selecting anything. Make sure you click J, and when you do shift J, you're going to enable the grid. I need it to snap the grid way perfectly. So now, oh, sorry. Again, same issue. So we need to make sure that the door is in this sense. Now I need it to fit perfectly. As you can see, this is the issues that actually arises when you don't lock the node. Since I didn't lock them, every time I'm trying to move something, actually bothering. So select both of them and we're gonna lock them. Now, as you can see, it's very easy for me to move up and down. Okay. Now lock also that. I'm gonna hide it. Now we got the collision shape to this. So we need now to add a button. I need to add something, and I'm gonna add a button. I need to add button. So in the search bar, I need to come and write button. Exactly this button, not check button, only sub button. So I need just a basic button. Let's move this button on top of the door. I'm gonna resize it. So if you are wondering why I'm adding a button to the door, as much as I want to keep this tutorial simple and the game logic very simple, I need a button for my character every time he has collected the key. And once the door detected, if the character has the key, the door would open, meaning it would play the animation first, as you can see. If you do not have a key, the door will show up like this. You cannot see it. Okay, let me zoom out. So if you have the key, if you know the key, the door will be shut. And once you have the key, the door will open. The opening animation bar is kind of like tricky like this and very nice. So right now we cannot actually see it as perfect as we want. Right. So once that's done, we can add the text to my door. Let's say I'm gonna limit this next. Let's say next page, or if you want next level, yeah, just to change level. And let's center this. Make sure that it's centered. Let lock that and press Ctrl S to save. So to save my door, let's see if I have another do I have? No, I feel like the door is just set into the folder as well. Now we got door, which is also pretty awesome to have. So now we're gonna add something else. And sorry, before I move on. So if you are again creating the game at the same time, you can pause and try to actually replicate this very quickly, or you can take a screenshot for later. Same for this, right? It's very pretty awesome and very easy. So this is pretty easy follow up for everything that you're making here. Nothing is really complicated. Now, moving to the next stage, I want to create something which might be a little bit tricky, but not really, not really very hard to replicate. Even for beginners, I feel like you can make it. So in our search bar, what we're gonna do is animatable body 2D. We're gonna use this not 2D. We're gonna create something. Let's rename this something. We're gonna rename something. Moving. We need to create a moving platformer. So in Godot, I don't know if there is a better way to create moving platformer, especially for 2D games, but this is the easiest way I can find to explain to you how to create moving platformer. So in my code, I'll make it possible that you can move vertically and horizontally, and also change the speed and the distance which platform can actually move. Once that's done, click on Control Save. What I can do is I will save it maybe in Taro. Yeah, this is actually pretty awesome. So now again, the animated body 2D also needs a collision shape. It's not a node shape. Every node which is actually related to physics needs a shape. So let's, before adding a shape to it, we're gonna add a sprite 2D. We need a visual to it, and before even design the sprite 2D, adding a child node, we're gonna add now the collision 2D that this node requires. Now for the platformer node as well, I'm gonna add a, just by default, the platformer which can actually move. As you can see, this one looks like platformer which actually levitating. I'm gonna select that one. Now I need to add an equivalent collision shape to it. So for this, I feel like the most natural thing to add is the rectangular shape node 2D. As you can see, I didn't lock it. Again, I'm facing the same issue. So Control L to lock that ring, and now I can actually right. Perfect. Now Control S. That's done. We're gonna save it just like that. Now we got the platformer, moving platformer, it's Sprite 2D, and its collision shape 2D. Again, you can pause the video and try to replicate what I just made right now. Moving on, we're gonna go to something which is really not really tricky, but I would say something that actually found very fun to make. So right click on this small cross. I'm gonna show you how to add it. Again, for the root node, we're gonna add an area to the right in recent. Let's rename that area as ladder. Now, if I move back to my character, you remember that we actually made an animation which is called time. So now we need our character to have some way it can actually climb. So for that, we use this ladder detector. Now we need to make that ladder to actually detect be detected by the character. Again, back to ladder. First, we're gonna save it. So we're gonna save our ladder inside the objects. So for our ladder, as you can see again, we are asked to add collision shape to it. So let's first add collision shape to it. We will design the collision later. We're gonna add a sprite to D. Let's duplicate it. Maybe 4 nodes or maybe even more if you want. So I'm just gonna don't need to name them. So the first one, we're just gonna click on this quick load. I do not think that this game actually has a ladder system. So what I just did is between these two, because these are platform, I think they're barrier or something like that. But I can use them to kind of create a semblance of a ladder. So what you need to do, a big mistake that I made is to duplicate it before even add a texture. What you can do here is remove this. So select the first element after shift, and we're gonna delete them. Now we're gonna duplicate this this first one. Now if I come to the inspector and move it up, as you can see, now I can move up. Now let's enable grids, which would make it very easy for us. If I move it down, now every time I'll be just moving the upward one up, and move it up. You can again duplicate. It depends on the length of the ladder you want to make. But for me, let's say I'll make my ladder be a little bit taller. So duplicate again. I'm gonna make 5 of them. We'll see. All right. Now come here. Click on the first one. Maintain shift on your keyboard and select all of them. What we're gonna do is to make sure that the ladder is actually aligned according to the source or the origin point. And now if I move it a little bit here, try to keep it you see the ladder height divided into 12, which means this corresponding icon is down one like similar. Once all of them are selected, just press Ctrl L. Now they are all locked. You can move them around. Now we need to add the collision shape with ladder. We're gonna come here and we're gonna select rectangular shape. So now just come here and we're gonna select this up to that. Now this blue collision that I'm adding is the one that's gonna be detected by the area inside like there. The detect ladder area is going to detect only this blue part, so no need to make it bigger. Right now it's quite nice. So I'm gonna click on hide and we're gonna save it. We're gonna disable the grids. Now I'm gonna zoom out. You can take a screenshot, or again, you can pause the video and try to replicate what I just made by yourself, which is the best and the easiest way to learn how to make a game right now in Godot. As we can see now, we have made these couple of things, which is pretty useful and pretty easy to make. We're gonna move to something which is a little bit tricky, but you will see that I will just show you quickly how it's made. So our next stage, we need to design a UHD. But before we even design the UHD, I need to change something with the ladder. So we have made the ladder, but we have forgotten to add this ladder to the group ladder actually. I don't even know if it's pronounced ladder or ladder. All right, so just gonna call it ladder. So before we move on, just come to groups. We're gonna click here and click. Now we need to actually name that group. So that group is actually basically called ladder. You can make it global or you can keep it local, but I prefer to make most of my groups global. Easy, done. Now we're gonna now create that UHD that I just talked about. So the UHD uses a control node as a parent node. So now when I started first, I told you to always click here, but as you can see, there are three basic nodes that we usually use. This is it nodes 2D scene, this is a node 3D scene, then this one is a control node that we call an interface. You can also call it a user interface or whatever you want. So making sure that the full rect anchor is set, press Ctrl L to log. I'm gonna come here and rename it before we save it. So name it HUD in full capital letter, press Ctrl L to log it, and the HUD we're gonna save it in UI. Again, in recent, you can see our node UI, our folder UI, sorry. Now press on save. Now we have saved. So we need to create something which can visually actually show the life of the player, or which can hold the visual representation of the health of the player. So to do so, we have a node for that. We can display a health bar using what's called a progress bar node. So the progress bar nodes can also be customized later. I'll show how to customize this quickly. So we're gonna rename first health bar. Make sure it's renamed properly, health bar. Right? We got an health bar. Let's enable the grid. Now we can design the health bar. There are many ways to design the health bar. If you have a set UI inside your texture that you have downloaded, you can make it that. or there is an approach which more, I can say more guessing, most of the time, yes. So for that, before we start designing, I need this to put it on value. As you can see, we have this in inspector. We have this set of parameters and variable. As you can see, we have the max value. I will show you the all ones. We have the max value and we have the step value. If I increase the step to 1, let's say I increase the step to 1. Now every time I'll be going from let's say 1. If I want to increase here, as you can see, it should be increasing 1 by 1, until it reaches 100, right? Now let's keep it on 0, and this value, we're going to keep it on 1. Step value is on 0.01, which is actually perfect for this game. No need to change from default. I'm going to keep it very simple. So I feel like for now, this design is pretty awesome. But for advanced, you can change the font size, you can change style, and so much. But that's for another day. We need to add a second thing. We need to add a HP container to contain stats for my game. So we're gonna come in the inspector and write HP. We're gonna add an HP container down here. We can come and move that HP container a little bit down and try to resize it to fit also the width and the length of my stat bar up there. Let's name this as open bar. Now that's pretty awesome. As top bar, we need to add a displayer inside this top bar. So something that we use in Godot to display text, we use something called a label node. Label node is a node 2D which displays text that you type manually from a keyboard, or you can type that text through your code actually. So for my stats display, I won't be using it from the inspector side here. I'll be coding my text from my script later on, but for now, duplicate that label, make sure it's selected, and duplicate it. So the first one, I'm going to rename it as keys, which this label is going to display if we have the key or not, to show visually if you have collected the key or not. And the second one, I'm going to name it as gems, which is basically going to show if you have collected the gem or not as well. So once that is done, we have finished with the designing part. Let's disable this grid, and I'm gonna make sure that I've selected both of all of this, not both, but all of this. Now, as you can see, we have designed the HUD and all what required. Pause the video and try to replicate what I just made, or you can take a screenshot for later on. Once this is over, we can now move back to my player. So next step is to actually code, but I will leave the time to check if everything that you have designed is actually okay on your side. And all of these, you can also make sure that all of them are actually well made and well done. Right, so move back there and we will start coding. Before we even start coding my player, we're gonna first start by coding something. So this one we have named it as game, but we need actually to rename it. It's not game, but it's named as game state, which is gonna be our autoload. So double click on game state. Now we need to go and recode this. So we're gonna start by removing this default setup. So now let me try to actually make something very easy for you to understand. So the first part of this code, we're gonna add a set of data. So you can use this comments. I'm assuming also you have very basic knowledge about coding. Oh, that's right. So first of all, we're gonna declare a variable, which is gonna be named as key, and my variable is gonna be of a type float, which is a boolean. Is a bool. I don't even know why. Sorry, is a boolean, so it's a boolean type. Now I need to I need to add its default value, which is basically starting at false. So my first variable inside the game state is say var st is equal to false, and this variable st becomes true when my player that I just made is going to collect with this key, which means this variable is going to get triggered and become true, right? Now the second variable we're going to also add is called James, which is basically an integer type. So it have int is equal to 0. At basic, the gem is equal to 0. And we're going to add another variable, which can, we're going to name it as can double, which is can double jump, and is of a boolean as well, is a bool. Then at basics and at first is equal to false. Let's add another variable, which is going to be health of my character, which is also of which is a type integer. But in Godot, there is a very quick way also to just keep writing this boolean integer and so on. You just once you put that, you just give a value, and Godot is going to assume and detect automatically that okay, this value is an integer, so this variable is of type integer, right? Seems more logical, very easy. No, we're going to add another thing, which is a signal in Godot that we can use. We're going to name that signal is updated. So basically, a signal is just something that we can call like a trigger. Like once an event happens or a condition is equal to true, we can call that signal in another node, right? Simple. So let's enable another section. Yeah, I prefer to use this. You can use different if you want, but I will go with the comments, which is the hashtag. Then just put the hashtag, and whatever you write is a comment, not a part of the code actually. So the second thing we're gonna make is the key section. So now we need to add the logic to actually define if the key was added, the key was triggered. So to do so, we can create local functions. To create a local function, you just type func, and we're gonna name now. We're gonna add the name of the function. The function name is basically add key. Now you add the brackets, and after the bracket, you add the semicolon. Then now you can add function. Once add key, what we do is as key become equal to true. Simple. And we're gonna emit signal, and our signal that we are emitting is update. Sorry, so just come and copy this. And inside this station marks, just update. Simple as that. Now, the next part, to gain time quickly, just come and copy that. Now, the next part is James. Sorry. So now I use my James to enable something. James used to enable the double jumps in player, right? That's like this. Perfect. Now we need to create a function for James. So same mode, red func, and add James arcades, and we press. Now we need the gem. We're calling this gem integer, so we do plus equal 1, which is basically saying this is the simplified form of saying gems is equal to gems value, which is the value that you're currently plus 1. This is a little bit long, so it's very quick way is to gems plus equal 1. Once that's actually perfect. Now what we're gonna also add here is unlock the double click. Sorry, I said unlock double the double jump when we have at this one jump to collect the gem. I mean, I didn't really want to add a gem first, but I just realized I need to show a different of collectibles and how to implement them in your script. So we're just going to stick to the basic things that I'm doing right now. I'm just going to use the gem to enable a double jump. But later on, you can use the gem as a monetary unit or something like that, or you can even move to something very complicated and more complex further on. But since you're starting Godot and you're just getting used to these types of coding, I'm just going to stick to the strict basics that you need to know. So now to unlock the double jump, what we do is create a condition. And if you have basic knowledge of coding, we use condition like if, which is a condition. We are checking if the gems are greater than 0, can double jump. And double jump that you have made here is a boolean, is going to be triggered and it's going to be equal to true. Right? Can double jump, uptime equals true. Now let's move back in indentation. We move the indentation level to the same as if. We do emit signal. Again, update. Let's copy that update. Emit signal update. Updated, whatever. Now let's move further down here. We're gonna create something in a function to actually reset the level. So let me reset. Reset level. So basically what it's doing, or what I want to do is the fact that I want the gem to have a meaning or meaningful gem. So basically every time that you collect a gem, it enables the double jump, isn't it? Right? Now, every time you move to a new level, there will be a new gem. But if you already have that gem collected previous node or the previous level, which means your double jump is already enabled, which meaning the new gem in the new level is kind of useless. So to actually make a meaning to that gem, I'm going to disable your double jump every time that a new level starts. So what to do is create the function and name the function. The function name is reset. Now, moving down here, what we do is reset most of our parameters as key become equal to false, gems start become equal to 0, and double jump is equal to false. So we are resetting all the variables to their original state, given the alpha. The alpha of the player is equal to 100 again, and we again call this function. So just come here. If you are maintaining shift, you can press Control first, Shift. Now using your arrow moving backward, you can select all of this, and we can move down here and just come and pass it there. Right? Bravo! You have made your first ever script in Godot, which is pretty useful. As you can see, these variables are being reset inside the node. So now you're going to ask me, what is a node load? What is a global script? So to answer that, let's go for project settings in globals. Yeah, in the section click on global. We're gonna come and look now for that global script we have made, which is inside the core function. Let's select it, and what we're gonna do is actually add it. So now let me explain to you what's the meaning of using a data load. As you can see, the script that you just made, let's close this. You have made the script. Now, the issue in Godot is the fact that you cannot call a function, let's say from player to gem directly in direct connection. So we actually need a bridge, which can actually visually, you can actually visually see it, but it's kind of playing the role of a bridge or a triangle, which means if you need to call something in player, we need to pass through the game state. Let's say I want to call the elf of the player inside the player. I will call the elf of the player by stating game state. Take this variable from the game state. Now, if I need to send something from the player to the key, what I can do is send that thing first to the game state, and the game state now can send it to the key. It's basically using a bridge or using an intermediate, or I prefer to call it a triangulation method, which means to call something from point A to point B, you have to pass by point C. Point C, which is just a number. Really hope my explanation didn't confuse you any further, and try to put clarity on it. And by coding furthermore, I will be showing you more and explaining to you how it works little by little. Next, the script before moving on to my player is something useful that you can also add to the core. So right click on core folder. We're gonna come here and add the script. So we're gonna rename that script as a scene manager. Right? Click on create. Now we're gonna script out all this. We just need to create the function, a simple function. We're gonna name it func, and that function name is load level. Inside parentheses or inside brackets, I'm gonna add level and in right. Let's move down. Now we're gonna create variable inside the function. We're gonna name it as path. Now let's create something really useful. So basically, the scene manager, what it's doing is it's going through my folder. It should be going through my folders to locate this folder called levels, and it's going to check for any nodes which actually start with a certain name, or sorry, in any scene which starts with a certain name. So let me show you how it actually works. So it actually does rs rs backslash. It's going to check for levels backslash again. So inside here, it's checking for now this level underscore percentage sign b dot esc, and make sure that the SCN is actually amended perfectly. Now we're going to add another percentage sign and click level, right? So basically what it's going to do is what? We have this level is an integer type. So every time we call this function we expect to receive a digit, a single digit one, or not really a single digit, it can be also a double, 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever you want. So which means the level we are calling is the number of the level. So it's going to replace this level, is going to replace this d by the number here. So basically when you call this function load level, is going if load level is 1, it's going to call here replace this d by 1, which means it's going to look for the path inside my folder for level 1. If my level here folder has a scene created and named level 1, is going to load that scene and start it. So what now we do is get 3 to actually change a scene in Godot. What you do is get 3 dot change scene to file, and the file at which we are changing is path. Simple as that, right? As you can see, this function is pretty easy to make and very quick to actually create live. Now you can pause the video or you can take a screenshot of this code and type on your own. And by the way, I'm assuming you already also actually try to replicate this script. Not big, but very easy. So in order to, there is an easy way to zoom in and zoom out of the scripts. If you want to zoom out, you can just use 2 fingers on your spout and move it out, just like we used to do. You can do also with an external mouse roller, I guess. So once you have the zoom out that, you can basically come here and change them manually. The default one is 100, and I prefer to work with 100, which is really good for my eyesight. Now, I'm assuming that you have reached the same stage as which I'm actually working. So we will now move on to the next stage for the player. So for the player to add a script to a node, a root node, make sure you have selected the character node to the player, and we're gonna use this small icon, attach a new script to the character. So basically now when you open this script path is valid, we create a new script. Then now they're telling you a template to be created. If you do not want a template, you can just disable this, which means let me show you. If you enable template thing, basically it will come with the basic function or basic movement that a player should have. Now let's say I save that and try to run my game. I'll be falling. You won't even see anything actually because I'm actually literally falling. You won't see anything. But if gravity was visible or there was a platform, you could see that as it moved left, right, or whatsoever. But for my script, I don't need all of this, so I'm just gonna strip them away, and we're gonna set afresh. Then before even starting afresh, I need to change something in my project settings. It's the gravity, 2D gravity, or the platform gravity. Physics. In physics, as you can see, 980 is used as the gravity, which is not really great, I think, for my game. So I'm gonna use something bigger, like 2500, which is I think for my project. Right. Now let's start the serious thing. So we're gonna start by sectioning all. I love sectioning, especially for you, my subscribers, my dear subscribers. I love to make all things in detail so I can you can later understand after downloading this file uh, project where and what to modify in way more details. So first things that we need to create is export. But what's export? You're going to ask yourself. So I need to create a set of export variables for my game. Let's first come after creating that, writing the export. I'm going to come and duplicate quite a couple of them. Maybe let's say, yeah, something like that. Actually, pretty nice. So what we're exporting right now is a variable. We're exporting variables. You're going to ask yourself why we're exporting variables. Yeah, you might ask yourself, why are we exporting variable? The first variable we're going to export is a variable speed, and my relative speed right now is actually, let's say 20. No, I'm gonna go with 300, and make sure that it's a float. I bet you know what's a float. The float is basically a number with a decimal or a decimal number. Now, if you're wondering, how come like you have an export variable, and what does it mean to have an export? So now if I come and click on export here, as you can see, okay, it isn't showing right now because of errors, but once I'm done, I'll show you. So let's move further. We're gonna create another variable which named as jump underscore force, and the jump force is equal to minus 4. You can go with something like, sorry, we can go with minus 450.0 just to make sure that now the first question that you ask yourself, why is the jump force negative? Why is the jump force negative? So let's go back to the jump. Let's do something. So selecting, I will be selecting, let's just select even the camera. Pay attention to something here in Godot. So as you can see, after selecting my camera, if I come here, you see I'm actually pressing my my arrow to go downward. If you can see, I can even show you even using the mouse. Here is the camera node. If I'm going downward, as you can see, it's positive. You can check on the Y. It's positive moving down. But when I'm going upward, it becomes negative, which means the Y-axis is inverted in Godot. Don't know why. Don't ask me why. I'm not the one who is saying it. But just find out that the Y-axis is inverted. So when you're going downward, it's positive. Upward is negative. But for X-axis, I think is actually normal. When you're moving right, it's positive. When you're moving left, it's negative. So now let's return this to 0, 0, since we do not want to disturb the camera. Now back to my script. As you can see, now if my jump force is negative, my jump force, which means the force or the height my character is supposed to jump, is negative, which means it's jumping upward, not backward, or downward, sorry. Right? This seems to be pretty logical right now. And I bet you appreciate that. Right. So the next thing we need to add here is gravity bar. Gravity, and the gravity can be equal to the 3. I can actually call the gravity from the basic settings that we set earlier, or I can come here and manually set my own gravity. So I need a gravity of 2,500, as I told you recently. My gravity is actually clean, and the climb speed. climbing speed, since we have the thing, the climb animation. So we need now a climb speed at which is climbing the ladder. Now we're gonna set that speed, and climbing speed can be like 100 or maybe 100 speed, 150. Don't forget the point zero since we're using floats, and need to separate a little bit with the new set variables that coming. Of course, they export, but they are different type of variable export. So the first one is a knockback. I need a knockback effect when you jump on a spike or when you collide with the sword, send you backward or to make you jump upward. Let's say you jump from above a ladder, then you actually land on a spike. Kind of like you are trying to avoid it, or you are actually attacked. So knockback force. The knockback force is going to be something like 700. Seems to be a little bit too much, so I'm going to go with 500, right? Which is pretty awesome. 500 is actually a decent value. Now, you can be also another variable, which is variable knockback. Knockback, this knockback out force. This one is the knockback which push you upward when you land on it, and the other knockback force is the one that pushes you on the opposite direction when you collide from the sides, right? Now we need also variable is invincible time. I don't know why I'm writing invincible, but it's invincible time. Invincible and what am I unable to write? Invincible. Sorry, invincible. Oh, like, isn't the right spelling? I bet it is. So, right, invincible underscore time, which basically also is a clause, which is called time. So if you ask me, what is this invincible temperature band? Basically, is the small delay amount in millisecond or microsecond as you want between each attack. Every time that the player collides with a spike, if you not add this small delay time, it's going to suck all the life at once, which means every time you collide with something, we just take all the health once. So we need to create that small span of invincibility between the collision and between the detection. Seems to be pretty nice. So as you can see, for now, you can just, if you want, you can take a screenshot or pause the video and try to recreate this set of exports. And I'll make it even very easy for you to understand. So we're going to call it export variables, right? And align this for testing. Right. Pretty awesome. Now, pause the video, take a screenshot or whatever you're doing right now, which will be very easy for you. Let's save. Now, if I click on my player, as I told you, you might have wondered, what is export? What does export does? So export gives you the ability actually to kind of create that ability to change these values from the inspector. You would ask yourself, why do I need to change the values of the inspector? Let me show you actually useful, pretty useful. Not maybe useful right now, but what I'm gonna do is just play a folder here in my resources. When I just come drag one of the player here and the other player somewhere around here. Now I have two players, as you can see. I can pick one of these players and change his speed to something actually astronomy, let's say 1,000. And as you can see, it does not really affect the speed of the other one. You can change its knockback force or something like that. You know, it can change the values of different type of instances. Because this, when you put a scene that a subscene that you have created on top of another scene, it's called a subscene. Using these two instances, called instances, of course, so you can change their value in the inspector. That's the all and the sole purpose of using the export variables. It's pretty useful and very important. Now let's move to the next section. Let's copy this, and we're gonna create our next section. So next section called references. Now you can ask yourself, what are references? What do I need reference? What do I need references for? So in Godot, to actually call some functions of these different set of nodes, like an area, a camera, or whatever you need here, we need to create a reference. So there are two ways of creating reference. You can reference directly by doing this. Let's say I want to play an animation using this animated thing. So I can just press AnimatedSprite2D. If I do play, then right now I'm not in split function, but it's going to take around. Let me show you very quick. So if I say func ready and create an instant, I prefer to call these ones as instant referencing, which you can not use it now. If I press here, I come here and say this node is going to play climb. Let's see, I get no errors at all. But this way of referencing is pretty nice, but it's too repetitive, which means every time I will need to call a function from this node, I need to come and drag and drop. So a pretty easy way to do that is come from this inspector scene, in the scene section, we're gonna drag and drop it up to our script. And before you release it, maintain control of the keyboard. And when you release it, you have created a reference. Now, the reference, as you can see, the reference got a name, which is a variable name, which is going to call function from this node. From AnimatedSprite2D, we need to call function play animation. We need to call a different set of animation. So that's why we need to reference it like that. So we can even come and rename this. So for my game, I'm just going to rename that sprite because AnimatedSprite2D is too long at the name. We need to create another reference. So try it on your own. And remember, you drag and before you drop, you press Control on the keyboard. Right? So the second reference we need to create is a box. We're going to come here and drop here. So we have created our box reference. For our box, not need to rename it. We need another reference, and the reference is going to be a ladder. So drag, and before you drop, press Control, and we got a new reference. Right? Now that you have made that, you can again pause the video and try to replicate this reference section. Right. Now, next step or next move in again, I'm gonna create a new set of variables. First one is var joystick, which is equal to null, and the second one is var jump underscore button, which is equal also to a null value. I don't know, a null value. English is my first language, guys. Do not charge me or do not do me. I'm just trying to explain to you. I understand by now. The third variable is HUD, which also equal to null. And now that it's done, you can also pause the video and add three variables or you can screenshots for further printing. Now the reference section is done. Now let's move to the next section. We're gonna create a new function, new section with different set of functions. So how can I call this section? So basically, in this section, what I want to do is to set to collect input, directions, signals, variables from a certain different type of things like joystick, the jump button, the HUD, and so on. So this section, I can call it, let's call it setters, setters, whatever. So the first function is called set joystick. We need to set the joystick, set joystick. Right. Sorry for weird naming. Then inside the brackets, we're gonna put J down. So now this variable joystick is equal to my instant variable inside this bracket. Joystick is equal to J. So I wrote I. I don't even know why I wrote I. Now that's done. Let's move down here. Make sure that the annotation when you're creating a new function is not the same. Because if I try to do to even create an indentation in Godot to press tab. So if I try to create a function inside a function, let's say this is explaining function, I will show you what's going to happen. So if I try to create my second function, set jump button, my set jump button, what inside the jump button, btn, inside bracket. That is. Now, if I do this, you see, it's saying expected item after lambda declaration. Okay, right now it still doesn't show the error. I think you can even create a function inside the function. But what I'm trying to do here is actually set a function. What? It's telling me standalone lambda function. I think there is an error actually happening somewhere. So make sure that when you're creating a new function, there is no ident level before the function. Right? Now let's move down here. So what we do is jump button dot jump in just the name, jump press, connect, just write this. So for now, one really makes sense right now, but because we are calling a function from another function, really not added yet. So just gonna follow me through and trust my process. So as you can see, we're gonna receive this error message saying you identify on jump pressed not declared in current scope. It's because we haven't made it yet. It's not an error that we're gonna remove right now. We're gonna just add the function later. So for now, we'll just stick with it like that. It won't really matter right now. Let's create a function. We're gonna name it HUD. HUD, just gonna click HUD inside bar brackets. We're gonna add H, and HUD is equal to H. Simple as that. And the function name is not HUD, but set HUD. Another thing that you realize in Godot is if you cannot name a function and a variable with the same name, because if I come here and remove this, what I'm getting is the function HUD as the same name as the previously declared variable. We cannot do that anymore. It's going to send you a message telling you that an error. Then it modify it and name it differently. So we get now that HUD. So moving to the next section, we're just gonna copy this. We're gonna go with ready section now. Ready, right? Now you can also again pause the video and try to replicate this status path. Right, move on ahead. We're gonna go with a function which is a made up in Godot. So that function is called funcReady. So if you already write func and ready is a made up function in Godot, so it's basically build a function. Just gonna write funcReady and this one's gonna show up. Click on enter on your keyboard. Now you've made that function. So what is a ready function? A ready function is the function of is basically a function that is being called when the first frame or the first second the scene is loaded or the script is run. It only runs once and once only. It's basically starting when you launch a game, start and run once. You won't be running those inside blocks over and over again. We'll see another set of functions which run every frame a different type of function. So let's start by declaring things. So first what we're gonna do is call the function Hitbox, the variable Hitbox. We're gonna connect Hitbox through script. I'm gonna show you both ways of connecting script. So there is the connecting signal through coding. So what I do here is get the reference to the area, since it's an area, so I get the reference, then I do outbox.area handshake, which is the signal I'm connecting, and press connect. After that, now I need to write the name of the function that's being connected, and the function that's being connected is on outbox handshake. On Hitbox underscore handshake. Sorry, I kind of doubled it. So again, it's gonna tell you this function and this function haven't been made. So this is a pretty good way of making function. So what you can also again do is let's come and copy all of this. Move next line, and we're gonna also connect to script the ladder. So ladder detector dot connected. But for the ladder detector, we're not connecting the body. We'll be connecting the area. We're not connecting the area. We'll be connecting the body. So ladder detector. Sorry, is it area or body I need? So what does my ladder actually needs? My ladder is detecting an area. Which area is detecting the area which we have made inside ladder itself. So basically, my here, this ladder is detecting area in ladder, in group ladder or whatsoever. So yeah, that's actually neat. What it means. So here we're gonna come in init area that ladder, and inside here, sorry, we're gonna remove that. Let's copy this before we add anything into the brackets. Right here, instead of area entered, here we're gonna connect area exited. Right. Now, I can even come and remove the inside here. I'm gonna show you how to connect thing through. Let's make comments. Let's make them as comments. Of course, we're gonna say error or whatever. So just to ignore that, we just write past. Now, so okay. Now we get this. We got this. We wanted to connect Outbox area endpoint through code. Might seem very an easy, no, not easy way. Is a complex way, but is a sure method to ensure that the signal is always connected through the code. Every time the code will run, it's all connected. But the easier way to connect a signal is not through coding, of course. It's through the inspector signal section. So we get the inspector next to it with the signal. As you can see, we were trying to call an area entered. Now, once you're selected Outbox, you need to connect an area entered. So what we do is area entered area 2D. We just double click on it and click on connect. Now we got that function on Outbox area entered, right? We will do the same for ladder. So for ladder, we needed to connect two functions, which area entered and area exited. So area entered, connect, area exited, connect again. Right. Now we got the three functions, which is pretty awesome. We'll come back later to them. So now you can pause the video and try to connect your signals through coding or through signal section. So the first one, out of the box, you only connect on area entered. And for the ladder detector, we connect area entered and area exited, right? I'm assuming you have already reached the same step that I am right now. So let's move forward. Let's come and copy this. We're going to move to another section. And the section is actually the section which is really pretty impressive and the most important part of controlling a player. So we have another built-in function that, as I told you, we have the ready function which runs only once when it gets started. And we have a function which runs every process time, every delta time, every frame. This function will run what's inside it. Then the function is called physics process data. So to write that function, we just can write func, and the moment you write phys, you already see physics process data appearing, and you just press enter on it. Now that you can function, we need to add inside our function code. So the first thing we're going to check is to create something. We're going to create something that if we're going to check a function to check if our character is still health, which means he's still alive, if his health is still high enough. So to do that, now that's when our autoload that we created, this function which plays the role of bridge, comes in the end. So what we need to do is call that reference. So to call it, as you can see, is this capital C, which shows it as constant, which is my bridge. Once it shows when you write game and you see this small icon .c, you press on it. Now we can call a variable that belongs to that autoload. You can call a function. You can call a variable, because right now we are calling this variable here, right here. We're calling this health variable, which means it's calling this value of 100. Right? which calling is value of 100. I can even call a function actually, because if I come into play, instead of calling only that, I can come here and call function. So if I do, yeah, this is how we call the function, not right trunk, but as you can see, it comes with the dot f with the brackets showing that you can call a function. So if we call in physics process add gem, it's going to every frame that is running is going to add to variable gem 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 and find them. So right now, what we are calling, we're not calling these functions, we are calling help. Then to check if help is there, we do if less or equal than 0. If our help is less or equal than 0, which means dead, not me, okay, if the character is dead, we need to call a function which called die. But die function is not in meta Godot, so we need to actually create the function. So I'm just going to come down here and create function die and add packet. So for now, I'm just going to say pass. So avoid the error. Okay. Now, as you can see, we're going to call the function die and press return. Now that the first step in my physics process. Now, moving forward, we're going to call something. We're going to create a function called input direction. So the input direction is getting directions, directions or whatever. We're getting directions from my, it'll be getting direction from a function called get inputs. And the function get inputs will be getting its value or its direction from the joystick. So right now, I haven't made that function input. So we're going to stick on that error for now. Right. Let's leave it like that. Let's move to next step first, which is the ladder mode. Ladder mode, which enables the ladder mode when the character or the player is interacting or is detected the ladder. So what we're gonna do is if is underscore on ladder. If it's on ladder, what we do, okay, for now is even the variable if it's is on ladder isn't been created yet, and I'm gonna say it's climbing. You might think that this is recursive, but this is more of coding. I don't make the variable before. Some of the time, the variables usually come into my mind when I'm actually coding. I'm just be creating them, then I'll add them later, or I can add them at top, or I can add them inside some functions or below every function. It can be very confusing for a beginner, but I really hope you understand that this is a more important step to show you how this logic works, more than try to locate every variable at top script. So what we do is check if the ladder mode is on, set the different side of animation. So if is ladder on, if is ladder, when you say if is ladder, it's going to check only if is ladder is true, not any false. If ladder is true, and we set this as true also, this climbing is true, and we suppress the gravity. Because when it's on a ladder, we don't need the player to go down. So what we need to do is remove the gravity. To remove the gravity, what we do is the velocity called function. Not a function, is a variable or it's kind of like whatever it is. Then we do vector2 dot 0. So no velocity, which means I'm not being pulled down or anything else, you know? Now let's move on to the next section. This one is called the vertical movement. Inside, when you're on the ladder, when you're moving vertically only, what we do is absolute ASB, click on that, inputs directions dot y, which means I'll be receiving only input direction for y. When you're on the ladder, it's actually normal for the character to move only up and down, which means it will be receiving only input direction for the y-axis, and will be ignoring the variables or the direction received from the y-axis or from the x-axis, sorry. And we do if absolute input is greater than 0.1, what we do is velocity. Now this is how you move now the body. So velocity, which is a variable received from the character node 2D. So we do if we input those direction into climbing speed. this is how we're going to move it. So we got a velocity, which is our actual speed or actual position. A velocity for all the physics knows that velocity holds two components, which is the x component and the y component. So right now, by referencing only the y component, we are moving on the y-axis alone, and we are multiplying its position, or the direction. So we are doing what we're doing is basically moving the position to a direction at a certain speed, which is position is equal to direction into speed that how an object actually moves. Right? Not. I'm really hoping that I'm not actually confusing you guys. Okay. Now, something also that shouldn't be able the player to do is actually to jump. So we'll add that later. So let's just go with you remember I told you I needed the player to only move vertically, which means moving up and down. But some of the time I need to exit the ladder before I reach the top of the ladder. Let's say I want to exit the ladder by the side. What can I do? So I can do small horizontal movement. Okay, let me make sure that I wrote movement here. More movement, right? It's pretty easy and pretty awesome to make it like that. So now inside this, what we can do, small horizontal movement, we use again the same technique, velocity. Now dot x is equal to the input direction, dot x input direction on the x-axis multiplied in certain speed, divided by multiplied by a ratio as well. So which means the speed is being divided. Let's say if I divide by 0.2 maybe, no, maybe slow. So 0.3. I think 0.3 will be a actual very good manner of moving. Now we're gonna add another section here. What we're gonna call is jump off the ladder. So which means if I'm on top of, or the ends top of the ladder, I wanna get off the ladder, I can press jump, or I can do whatever I want with the ladder. So this could create a jump effect. So we're gonna check if input dot is action just pressed, and the action just pressed is jump. We'll come back to it. So before I even move any further, how to add an input action. So right now you are receiving the error. Okay, let me finish the function, then I'll show you what actually happened. Or jump underscore requested velocity dot y will be equal to jump force. Sorry, jump force, not jump button. What am I writing? And the velocity dot x will be equal to input direction. Input directions in input direction on the y-axis into the speed, actual speed, not the timing speed. So once that's done, it seems to be pretty awesome right now, isn't it? Right. We got our function, and now there'll be okay. This is the old error which appeared. If you come here and click here, they'll be showing you set of errors that you've made so far. So on the line 60, they will be more precise, even way more precise. They will telling you jump, not declare, not declare, not declare, not declare, not declare, as no value, so much code. So now, first of all, I need to add this input. I'm gonna come and copy, come and project settings. We're gonna go into this section which is called input map. We're gonna add the jump button. To come here and click on add. Come on this small cross, now we can attribute the physical input. So for jumping, I'm going to add space. I'm going to click on space. Now I can make my character jump on space. This is for Windows control or laptop control right now. For virtual jump button that we have made here and virtual joysticks is going to be very different, but I just wanted to input code. Right. Now that's made. We're going to come down here. And we're going to say is on ladder. is equal to false, is climbing is equal to false, right? And jumps equal to 1. So that's me. Now, you remember we have made this function if it's on ladder. We got this set of function. Sorry. Okay, this is coming when it's on ladder in physics process. So make sure the indentation is here. Right? I think that's it, isn't it? All right, now I get the error. So the first error is the fact that these things should be inside this block of function, not outside. So this jump of ladder is still a part of if it's on the ladder. And what else we want to make should be the second option or a else, which is basically what it is. So for else, inside else, what we do is climbing. Climbing is we call it false, and we go with normal physics. Normal physics inputs. If not, is on the if not is on floor. Is an inbuilt function which checks if a character is not on floor. What we do is apply gravity. So if not on floor, what we do is velocity dot y plus equal the gravity into delta for smoothness. The delta is just for smoothness because delta, I feel like delta is a factor which is affected by your CPU speed or something like that. It's not really common for all the laptops, which means if your laptop is fast, your delta effect will be better, but if it's slow like mine, the effect will be also bad. If you do not add it, it's going to require more CPU of your laptop. There's a lot to believe that. I think I read it somewhere. I'm not sure. So now, if it's not on floor, else what we do is jumps equal to 0. And if velocity dot y is greater than 0, velocity dot y is equal to 0. All right? Seems all right on me. I think. So inside again the main else function here, you're gonna come with another if input direction dot x not, which stand for not, that exclamation mark stand for not. If not, if the input direction is not equal to 0, velocity dot x is equal to input dot x into speed. This is how the character is going to move, by the way. Else, what we do is velocity else velocity dot x is equal to move of toward velocity dot x 0 dot 0 here and b. So you'll be asking, what is the move forward function doing? So when you're giving an input, you press inputs if the direction is different from 0, which basically means when I'm moving left, I'm sending a direction -1. If I'm moving right, I'm sending 1. For 1, I'm going to move right. For -1, I'm going to move left. If it's equal to 0, which means I'm not pressing anymore, it's going to, this is smooth braking. It's not an instant braking, it's smooth braking. So what it does is actually is going to slowly degrade the value 0, right? Seems perfect right now. So again, in the same main else function, you're gonna create a variable. So sorry. I think, what have I done? I think it's something like this, I guess. So I just need to make sure that my indentation level is actually correct. Otherwise, I'm going to be screwed. So indentation level is actually should be aligned for all of these functions or all these conditions. Sorry. So now let's create this function. Let's create a variable jump input that we have been declaring earlier and trying to call so much that we are getting errors everywhere. If it's action just pressed and action pressed is jump and again or jump requested. Move down here, var max jumps is equal to 1. Move down again. If now, sorry. Now this one is going to check if my game state in double jump is enabled, which means it's equal to true. So max jump will change to equal to 2. And if jump in inputs, if it's on the floor or jump, sorry, this is kind of tricky. Type this part. Jumps less max jumps. So if double jump is enabled, if double jump is enabled in game state, maximum jump becomes check a function. We check if my current jump is less than the max jump, then we can actually now perform the jump, which is stated by velocity dot y is equal to jump force and jumps plus equal 1. Now we come down here. Make sure that we are at the very alignment with our else function, which means on this line, the intention level to be there, that we do jump underscore with requested. Copy this. Jump requested. Or quick way of making it so jump requested is equal to false. And way under it, we're just going to use the function move and slide. If you do not add this move and slide, you won't hold. The character won't be moved as a rigid body again. So let's try another function that we'll create later again. That function is called update animations. Animation. And update the animation according to what? To the input directions. I guess that is right. Update direction. Which is preferable right now, right? So as you can see, the screen is almost red and it's full of functions and full of things that we haven't really made, but don't worry. Step by step, we'll be closing all of this. And now let's move to the next section. So outside the physics process expansion that you just recently made, we're gonna go with inputs. What am I writing? Inputs. Right. Inputs. So much art. So now let's get a function called get underscore inputs, which is a function that I was recently trying to call. So now the return for this or the expected variable that we are or whatever we're expecting after calling this function, we're expecting to get a vector 2. And we're going to create a variable inside the function. We're going to call that here and our direction is of the type of vector 2.0, I guess. So now is equal to the value of value of 0. Not in small characters. It has to be it has to be on. It has to be fully caps. How to put it again? Oh my god, I don't know what is happening to me. What am I checking? So here there is a small issue. Next, oh, right? I guess for direction. All right, move a little bit down. We're gonna go with horizontal first. Horizontal move. So horizontal, what we do is bar key. We're gonna get some variable from the keyboard. So variable keyboard x, which is the floats and is equal to input dot get access input get access. We're gonna get two access. We need to add those things. So here we're getting two access. We're gonna get two inputs, which is move left, and the other one is move underscore right. Now, as we did for jump, we need to add these inputs in our settings. So we go to project settings. We're gonna come here and add the first function, right? Once it's started, click on that small icon. Then we press on the left arrow key, added that one, and we're gonna come and copy it. You may wonder why I'm copying directly instead of naming them. I'm just scared of one thing is to actually mismatch the names. If you mismatch names, it's basically you're calling something pretty different, totally different one word. I try to prepare copying, especially when I'm calling by name. Right click on right arrow, then now we get these two variables operating. Pretty nice. Now move down, we're gonna create another variable. We're gonna call it joyx. Joyx will be holding the input directions from the virtual joystick we have made. So we say if joystick, so joyx is equal to joysticks dot get directions. We're calling a function inside direction.x. Sorry, this is actually pretty awesome. Make a forget the problem if you're not calling a function yet. Which one work? Right. Now that that's done, we're gonna exit the if loop, if condition, and create and call there is equal to joy x if absolute value of joy or common dot x is greater than 0.1. Else we get these variables from the keyboard. If you have a joystick, we just fix it. Otherwise, we just get the direction from another thing. Now, we have the horizontal movement. Now, let's move to the vertical movement. Vertical movement is the one getting from the ladder. So we can just add when on the ladder or when coming the ladder, whatever. So I'm just going to keep it like that. So let's go again. Var. We're going to create this one and copy this line and just come here and do this. Not keyboard X, but keyboard Y. So keyboard Y is also receiving directions, but not move left or right, but it's moving up and down. So same move again. I'm gonna copy this. We're gonna move here in project settings and add function, attribute a key, up arrow, click OK, and close that. Then move again, copy down, and project settings, and add. Because it's more cross, we're gonna add input key, which is down arrow, and we're gonna close that. Now beneath that, we're gonna add That's as we did for the other one, but joy y, not joy x, as we spoke previously, and it's the float as well, and it's 0 We check again if joystick, joy y will be equal to joystick dot get direction dot y. Again, don't forget the parentheses. On repeating that, it's just the more you do it, the more you'll be used to it. So basically, coding in Godot is just like that. The more you do it, the more you will remember little by little. But I can always remember everything that I'm coding. How many times I just go to my old script and copy the logic that I need. So yeah, we do also the direction there dot y is equal to joy, not joy dot, but not joy is equal to, but joy y if absolute value of joy y, oh come on, joy y, right, is greater than 0.1. Else keyboard y, press any input from keyboard. After all this done, tab and we do return. Yeah. Yeah. You remember if you do not, if you do this, if you remove all of this, see, because you have intentionally tell this function it needs to return something. You need to return a direction after running all of this code. If you do just return, you can basically return it. But return needs to know what am I returning. So it's returning the direction that you're receiving, whether it's direction X or direction Y. Simple as that, right? Now let's move on to the ladder detection. So I need to, what I need to do, just gonna copy this. I'm gonna cut those two area detector and come here and create a section. Let's call this section as ladder detection. And yeah, basically it's just like this. Special, nothing special about this, right? So now we got these two connected already. So we need just to move down here, remove this pass function, and we need now to pay the function. What we need is area dot is in group, and the group name is what the name of the group which the letter is on. So if you do not remember, you can just click on group and you remember that the ladder was group ladder and there is no icon. Copy the name of that ladder. Now if you come back to our player script, inside here, just pass that. Don't forget this. And now we need to add what it does after checking if it's true. Is on underscore ladder. I don't forget. I forgot again to make this function, but don't worry. I'll show you what to add them. Avoid all this errors. So for quick coding, just gonna come and copy this and paste it here. Don't forget the identification level. Identification level is pretty important. So is on ladder, it will become cold when it's because it exited that area. You see? And it's climbing. It's climbing also from the variable is climbing is called cold as well. All right. Now after making that one, move to the next section. The next section, let's call it damage. Simple enough. So as you can see, for func, right? So now we have to deal with the damage. So to do damage, you remember we've made this area and connected signal. So the next step to take is create a condition. Now, what you're gonna check is if it's invincible. You remember the variable we created earlier. Where is the invincible? Let's go here. We have the invincible time, but we haven't really made the variable if it's invincible. So we're just gonna go if it's invincible. Now we need to perform a task. So when we are checking for this condition, if the player is invincible, which means we have to return when you write is invincible. If this condition is true, the function won't pass this line. Just gonna return till this variable becomes false. And now the line will come after this and be run. And this is basics of coding that. Now let's run another condition. The condition is this area in the group. We are checking for area in group props. Why am I checking for area in group props? Is because let's say first, is because we have created spikes which are in group traps, which means should be check the player will be checking if there is a collision between an area which is part, so we can build them again, right? It's actually pretty simple to implement, right? Very easy to also understand it. So now, after checking it within good parts, what we do is we're gonna call a function called state image. Of course, we haven't made it. I'll just made it. I'll just create it down here. So what we do, we call that function and we send a position to it. So the position we are sending for this take damage is for the knockback effect. I will show you how to create the knockback effect. We're gonna check for uh, another condition, and that condition is because the game I'm creating is as edges where the player can fall off. So we're gonna check for something in group killer. I'm gonna add an area less on my levels where my player collide with them. Without area is going to reload the scene. So to do that, we often use the get big function. What you do is the get three and press reload the current scene. Simple. Now let's move down again. Let's Now we're gonna create this function take damage. So what you can do is just come and copy on take damage. Let me Control C, come down here, right click and the same name. Then now, since it's a function which expects a certain variable to be called with, we need to add source. This is the name of the variable, instant variable. I often call them like that, instant variable, which are really made inside the function. And it's a vector to type, which means its position is a composite of a next axis and y-axis, basically coordinates for a certain position. So what we do also here is in principle is equal to true. So when this function be called once inside the area, which means they collide once, it makes this invincible true until you exit the area is invincible. So after that, now down here, we're going to create a variable var clear and is equal to global position minus source position. And we need to normalize that just to make it right. I think it's normalize kind of like kind of shift or remove some of the floats if the direction or the position which is being created is it's a little bit it contains a lot of decimal. So now what we do down here, we do velocity dot x is equal to direction, that direction we have created, direction dot x multiplied by the knockback force, that variable we have created like earlier. Now we call also velocity for the y-axis. When you're jumping, let's say you're jumping from above on you're jumping from above on a spike or the rotating saw. So what happens is you're going to be pushed up again, like you're kind of jumping out. not really something that really struck the eye, but I'm gonna deal with that. So now down here, what I'm gonna do is call also another function that will make very simple called flash reds. An easy way in Godot to actually show show a visual effect of getting damage since you don't have a first animation you can end up like yeah red. Now after that you're gonna call our global scene game state, and in game state what you're gonna do is call the function damage. I already showed you earlier how to call functions. So inside game state you're gonna call the function damage thing. Now if you go back to game state, find function, we need to find function damage. Unfortunately, the function damage isn't been made yet, but I will make it later again, and bit by bit we'll be progressing like that. After that, we'll move down here, and I'll say await, which is often used, but await expects a condition, expected a signal or a routine after being called. So to do so, we do get 3, and we create a timer. This is how you create a timer for the code. So say get 3 creates timer, and now you can call the invincible time variable that you created at the very top of this script. This invincible time, which is 0.5. You can change it at your own likes, which means if it's too small, the player will be getting more damages in a shorter span of time. You just play around with it and see what is for the game. So after calling that invincible time, you need now to say timeouts. So you have created get 3, create a timeout. Now every time this timeout will timeout, the lines which will come after this timeout is going to be executed. And what to do is invincible. Is invincible is equal to false. Right. Now let's create this red flash function. So we need to flash. I'm just going to move down a little bit here and create a function from red flash red. Right at the very beginning. Here we get the effect. Now, in Godot, to make the flash effects, my method often use twins to coding. So I just use the twin methods. Some of people use a node, and that node is often an animation player. An animation player which you can manually create flashing effects. But yeah, but I think it's too complicated, and I never really get it out that method. I usually go with the coding method. So what we do is create a variable that's going to go twin, and inside GDScript there is this function creates twin built-in function. I'm going to call the function create twin. Now what we do is we're going to call the reference. Since what we are flashing is not the character itself, we are flashing the image that we're seeing. We are flashing this list of character here that we're seeing. We need them to flash, so we are flashing character only, not all. It's only the animation. The reference to it is sprite, so you do sprites dot modulate, and the modulation is equal to color. Let's open function, and we are modulating it in the color range. So click on that. If you want, you can click on this and manually select the color that you wish for. So for my case, is red. As you can see, the red color shows, but this method is going to flash in without the semi-transparent, because this one is fully visible, it's fully opaque, which means it's going to take the shape entirely of that character. So what we can actually do is set this line. I'm going to come manually write what I want for this color. So we're going to set 1 and 0.2 and 0.2. Now, as you can see, this is not flashy red. It's kind of like better than that flashy red. So we're just going to stick with that one. Right. Again, down here, what we're going to do is call now the variable twin that we have made right here. And we're going to use what we intended to do with the twin. So the twin method, we're going to call the twin property. And inside the twin property, we have first to add the object we want to use, which is the sprite. Now, after that, we have to call what function we want to do to that. So we want to modulate, and after modulate, what are we modulating? We're modulating color, and the color we are modulating is basically 1 1. Sorry, did I come up? 1 1 1. So it's gonna flash white after that. Then now we need to add timer. It's gonna flash for 0.2, as we can see here. We got the object, the property, which is the notebook, final value, which is the color we added, this variant, and the duration is dot, right? 0.2. This seems to be okay. Now, as you remember, they are telling us to jump. On jump press did not take that in current scope. Now let's just create a function. What we do is just on jump press, create a function. When it's jumping, I'm gonna call jump request. Jump requested is equal. Don't worry, we'll come back to this function and variable the driven thing. Don't beat yourself up. Now, the next stage, the next section of the code is more about the animation. So now we're gonna call it update animations, right? Now it's full section. So now here we need to create a function. So you already know fun, and let now dates underscore animation, and the update animation expect a certain variable, which is the input direction, and make down here. Now inside here, what you're gonna do is first add the ladder logic, which means we need to tell our character when is detected the ladder, they only decline animation. So first logic, what we do is if he's on ladder, what we do is absolute value of input direction dot y and 0.1 greater than 0.1. Right. Then we do sprites. The sprite dot play, we're gonna call the function. This is how you call the function. The animation. This is the reference, which is the sprite referencing this node. Now we need to call the function play, which is a function that we get on AnimatedSprite2D. We are calling the animation time here. You can navigate to your arrow key here, select the animation as in, time animation right now. Right? So after making that, inside the same function, just under the if, the first if condition, when I call else. So basically, this one is on the one is naturally moving on the ladder. But if I need to play a different function, I need to play freeze animation. So not really freeze animation, but I need to freeze the frame for my player on the ladder, right? So basically, as you can see, this climb animation will be playing continuously. It doesn't really have a idle time, which means the point. It's just standing on the ladder. It's gonna be playing indefinitely. So all we can do is manually try to freeze it on a certain frame. So what we do is inside the else, we do if sprites dot animation different from time. If the animation is different from time, what we do is sprites dot a climb again here. And now after that, we go back here, and now we freeze to a certain frame. So we do stop. So this is how you freeze it. The animation on a random frame. Yeah, since we only have 2 frames, so I'm just gonna stick to the frame number 201. It's gonna just randomly start. And after that, just under that, inside here, we're gonna do return. Right? And right after this, now back on this indentation level, you're gonna come and create now the normal animation. When it's not on the ladder, we now need to put the normal animation. So what you do is if it's not on the floor, we do sprite dot play jump right there. Then after that, we call the elif absolute value velocity dot x. This one is gonna check for how fast or how far player is moving to see if his velocity is changing. It's not equal to 0 or something like that, so that we can create the animation run. So I try dot play run. Simple as that. And else, if all these conditions are not fulfilled, what we do is sprite dot play idle. Sorry, so idle, right? This function is already killed and everything is correct. Now let's go back again on this indentation level. We're gonna move it down. What we do is velocity dot x and not equal to 0. This one I use it to flip my character left and right. So to change that velocity dot x less than 0. This method might seems to be very complicated. So basically, let me show you how it works. So let's just open the idle animation. I'll show what basically I'm doing. Selecting this character, let me zoom out a little bit. As you can realize, when you are sending inputs to this character, we need it to flip when I'm pressing my right arrow or left arrow face this direction. So to do that, we usually use this flip edge, because flip vertical is gonna flip them up and down, but flip edge flip them back and right and right. Right. So that is in simple manner. So basically, this is what this condition is doing. The velocity is 0, which means not just standing there, it's moving, and we flip it according to the velocity. Right. Now, inside this dead function, what we do is call the function get 3, and we're gonna do reload the current scene, and we're gonna reset the game states a certain variable, and we're setting the health equal to 100. Right. Now we still got a couple of errors here. We're gonna add what variable I'm missing very soon. Right. So here we're gonna add something right after these references that we have forgotten. So what we need to add is set of variables. Let's name detector bars. Now we need to add those variables that are missing in my game. So the first variable is jumps is equal to 0 something, and we have var jump underscore requests, jump requested is equal to false, var is invincible, which is equal to false. Now, way down a little bit below here, we're going to add variables for the ladder. So var is on ladder, and the other is var. The second one is var is climbing. Right is climbing. Oh. Now all the errors that have disappeared, as you can see, you can actually remove this part since it's not really useful anymore. I do not really need it in the game. Now, you can actually pause the video and try to replicate what I've made so far. You can take a screenshot of this missing part, which we're giving errors, and will give you time to take screenshots section by section, right? And do not worry, you'll find the link in the description to get access to all this code and all this project file. Right? All these functions are perfectly working. So we'll move to the next one, which is the virtual joystick itself. So for the virtual joystick, we're going to alter the script and click on create. Let's save. So for virtual joystick, we go on to embed this again. Let's just clear this out. We need to create references. We're going to start with these two references, which are the only one. So after finishing both of them, I'm just going to come here, drag, and before I drop, remember press Control, and we have created the reference. So let's move down a little. Here we're going to create an export variable. So export, I forgot the error at the beginning. So export, and the variable we are creating the radius. The radius of our knob or the base is equal to 80. Don't forget float type. Yeah, perfect. So right after creating that variable, let's create another variable which is output. Output is a vector to height, and its value is a vector to dot 0. Sorry, make sure the 0 is actually in full caps. So the output is what this virtual joystick will be sending every time we actually move it around. When you'll be moving the knob around, it will be sending coordinate left is gonna be -1, for right is gonna be 1, for on the y-axis from up gonna be minus, and for when you're pushing down it's gonna be 1. Remember, y-axis is rotated in curves. Now, right after that, let's move down and create another set of variables. We're going to create a variable called dragging. And the first is equal to false. It's a Boolean type that creates another one, which we're going to call the touch index. And touch index is equal to -1. Now, let's call my function ready. So what we do is function ready. Inside the function ready, we're going to call a function center node, and don't forget that I'm gonna come and call this. Let's create now the function right after that. So I'm saying expected statement of found. As you can see, I duplicated this, but what I'm saying, right, the error is popping up there. So now inside the function center knob, what we do is actually try to center the knob in the center of the base every time. So let's do that. What we do is create variable, let's call it center, and is equal to base, this base reference of this base image. What we do is base position plus base dot size divided by 2. So we have calculated the center of this base. I wasn't very good in math at school, but even I can actually understand what's up. So let me forward. What we now do is center the knob to the new create variable. What we knob dot position will be equal to center minus knob dot size divided by 2. And we send the outputs. The output we go output state variable. Output is still 0. Vector 2 dot 0. Let's move down a little bit. We're gonna now create remember the indentation level. Every time we create a new function, do not tab it, otherwise you're gonna get an error. So make sure you're always on the very first line and you create output. Input. This function input is built up in Godot. So what we can do is we can use the one made by Godot directly, or you can just overrun that. And what we do is create our own. We're gonna call it inputs, and the inputs as a variable called events. Let's create a variable inside. We're gonna call it e and make inputs local events, which is the built-in function in Godot, and call it event, this event variable that we have created by the instance variable. Now, down here, we're gonna touch press. So if E is input events, what you do is if input events screen touch, as you see, these are the built-in function in Godot. We have the mouse and all of this, but the one we're looking for is screen touch. So we are trying to tell Godot if it detected touch on top of one of these textures, gonna send something. So what we do is input dot events screen touch. We move down and do again if E dot pressed, since we are touching it, when you detect a touch and we are pressing on top of that knob image, what we do is center var center is equal to base dot position plus base dot size. So here we are trying to center it once. This is okay. I see where I kind of made a mistake. So basically this comes after. So let's control X that part. The variables come before we start the condition. So the variable goes as var center is equal to base position plus base size divided by 2. Now inside the function, if it's not be pressed anymore, but this is getting a little bit complicated, I guess. A little bit confusing though. So let's copy it and move out. Sorry, this goes back here. And there is another condition which comes right after that. If E dot position dot distance center distance center less than radius. Let's say down here. called dragging is equal to true. So basically, this function which comes right here is basically telling that our node is being moved around outside of the center or offset of the center of space. And once we release, it's going to send it back to the center. It's also telling Godot that the knob is being dragged. So after the drag is being dragged, touch index is equal to e dot index. And now I'll make sure that we come back here. The very line here, we're gonna erase that and try to make sure that the indentation level is right beneath this if function. We do else if e dot index or is dot index added e dot, so if e dot index is equal to touch index dragging becomes equal to false, and the touch index goes back to what it was because -1 -1, and we call the function again center. Now, so this if function is used when you're dragging it offset of the center, and this one will bring back to the center and reset all the variable back to what they were. Now, let's go back. We're gonna go back to this indentation level right beneath the touch press, and we're gonna do another elif. Then before that, this one is for drag. So we do elif. E is input screen drag. Now we are checking for the drag event. Input screen drag, dragging something. We move down the next bit, and we do if we check if dragging, and the index e dot index is equal to touch index. We call the variable var center with this variable, and we do base dot position plus space. But now I feel like you should have understood what I'm trying to do here. It might seem like a beginner tutorial, but when it comes to virtual joysticks, it's kind of a little bit tricky, even for those who have we are on the and so on. So I'm just trying to make sure that you are seeing exactly line by line how this coding is going. So we'll create a variable which is var near, which going to be equal to the position of e position minus center, and that's it, I guess. It's saying variable var center is the position plus the size. As you can see, I'm calling slash point again. Let's go down here. What we're gonna do is clamp something. Yeah, gonna do clamp. Gonna clamp the node. So if their length, you're gonna ask yourself what is clamping. So basically, let's see, my virtual joystick is here. So I want when I'm dragging my knob, I don't want it to go outside of limit, this visual limit that you're seeing here. Because if let's say I'm dragging this, then it goes outside it. That's really useful to the base. So the base kind of shows the limit of how far I can drag my knob out the center. So now to do that, we use this length thing. We're gonna check for length. What we do is if length is greater than the radius of the radius which is up here. My current radius is 80. If you put a larger radius, which means your knob is gonna go offside or even way further than the visual image of the base, which is that's really good. So I wouldn't advise you to change much about it. Just try to play around with it, but don't make it very awkward. So after that, we call the function dir, and we do direction. Just normalize, multiply into radius. Now after that, we go back and let's here, and we do knob position. Knob that position is equal to center plus dir minus knob dot size divided by 2. Right. Now we need to send it all outputs. We need now to make them as output. So what we do is give dir on the x-axis is greater than 10. We send our output dot x is equal to 1. Now we will see that we are moving right if I leave for the other condition, if the direction that on the y-axis is less than minus 10, which means we are moving left, so the output dot x will go minus 1. And we do else output dot x is equal to 0. So in these conditions, we are checking if my direction when you're dragging the knob going to the right, it's going to be equal to 1. When you're dragging going left, it's equal to minus 1. And once you release it, it goes back to the center, the output will be equal to 0. So these 1 and minus 1s are the one being sent to this are the one being sent directly to the player right now as input for the direction. After doing this, now let's create another function down here, and we're going to do get direction. Get direction. And the get direction is expecting as the return value of vector 2, and we return just the return output. Simple. Now we are done with this. But we are basically done with that. We'll jump on to the next one. And before that, let me just try to launch, and we'll see what will happen if we launch. So first of all, since I haven't created my level yet, if you click here, they're going to ask you to assign it at the main scene. I do not want that now. So what I'm going to do in this other one, which is run the scene, we're trying to run the scene that we are on right. As you can see, it's playing this animation. It's falling in the time. Okay? Let's say I come to the player. What I can do here is just a quick just here, sorry. Okay, we'll come back to that later. So let's just move on, and I'll show you later how actually this works and where exactly are the virtual joystick data. So before I'm moving forward in another script, I would like to bring your attention to something that we have created. So in player, let's go back to my player. I'll show you what I've gotten. As you can see here, I'm calling a function in game state. The function is called damage, but if you go to game state, there is no function called damage. So now let's add that function. This function is the one dealing with damages, since the one holding the variable else is the game manager, the autoload, which means all this abstraction and all the deduction is directly made from here. So let's just push it related and call that damage, and same again. And right now, let's create that function. We're gonna name it as func. Literally come here. Let's look at this. You remember I told you earlier the name if or the mismatch. It's gonna create a lot of troubles. So we called an amount inside the instance variable. We need it an amount. and that amount is how much limit you want here to the player. So we're gonna call the function elf, and what we do is max. This clamping method is trying to basically, let's say I go with my old method, the old method, which is very basic and very easy to implement, is to do elf minus amount. This will perfectly work, but the only issue with this is the elf is going to go even is going to go to the negative side. Let's I'm subtracting minus 10 to this until you reach zero value. It will continue subbing the values until you reach minus 10, minus 20, and so on. To avoid that kind of thing, what we do is use this method. We do max, and max is going to help minus amount, and the maximum that we can actually reach, which is ironic, is to know that we are calling max, but this is the minimum that we can actually only reach. It's kind of confusing, but just realize that this these two are doing the subtraction fast, and this one is just checking that every time that alpha is equal to 0, it will ignore completely this subtraction, right? Simple as that. And what we do is emit signal, and you already know what signal we are emitting in here. The signal we're emitting is updated, so almost in every function we are emitting the functions that signals already. Right on point. Now let's go to the next one. The next one we would have to create is the jump button. So come to the previous node and attach the script. I'm gonna click on create. Now let's get rid of this, and we're gonna create our wonderful jump button. So to start off, we're gonna create a signal, which we're gonna name as jump pressed, jump underscore pressed, and we need a reference of my button. We are using a texture button. So what we do is select this one, drag and drop it, and before we release with text control. Now we have our reference. Let's create a function. Let's call the function already. We are calling that function already that we have by default. And inside that function already, what we're going to do is call the jump button, and we're going to connect signal. So in my player, I showed you earlier how to connect signals using code on how to connect signal using the inspector method. So here, I will just prefer to keep the diversity. So in jump button, instead of connecting to the inspector signal thing, we're gonna write it manually. So what we do is jump button press connect. What we are connecting is a function. So let's get a function underscore on frame. Now we need to create a function. We just double click on C, and down here we call the function right and here. Don't forget the parameters, otherwise it's going to cause trouble. Then what we do is emit a signal earlier that we made. The signal name is down pressed. Don't forget to put them in quotation marks that are to emit the signal. Simple and done. Let's move on to the next one. We're gonna add a script to the key. Let's just touch script for all of them at once, and we'll call them real quickly. So I'll be working on these two first, then we'll move on to the other one a little bit later. So back to my game. Let's move up here. What we need to create at first, we're gonna create an export variable. Let's call that variable. We're gonna call it var key, and it's a var key texture, and it's a type of texture 2D. So if you are, I bet you're wondering what this texture rect 2D is doing. You remember at first we have just by default showed a random image with this key, but in my game we have different types of key colors. Yeah. We have this empty one, we have the yellow, the green, and the orange one, and the blue should be somewhere at top. So now I need to actually assign it to my inspector most of the time. Now, basically, by creating that export section too, if I just come and click here, I can assign them. You will see later on when designing different types of level why this comes into end. You have this type of setup method. Second step is to create a reference, and you just need to come here, drag and drop right here. Before you leave it, you press Control to create a reference. So let's rename this a little bit, just let's name it sprite. I'm gonna save. So let's call my function ready. What I want to do is just assign now that texture to my key. So what I do is key texture. What I do with key texture, now I need to assign the texture. I do sprite, which is the reference to this sprite2D. I'm going to change its texture to do that. You just press dot texture is equal to the texture table. Now I want to add something actually fun to see is I want to create an effect for the keys kind of floating or disappearing for fading or trying to like is doing that wave thing, sine wave or instead animation. So let's just go with the flow. What I'm gonna do is create a var tween. We have created this variable tween. Now what to do is create tween here. We created tween function, and now I told you I need to create the movement using this key. So the key will be moving up and down a little bit on its low value. So to do that, I need it to loop. So I'm gonna do set loops. I'm gonna call it set loops here. And after setting loops, what I do now is I call this variable tween, and I call tween property. And inside the tween property, you do self. When you call function self in Godot, it's referencing to the root node. In our case, is the area bit. By doing self, I'm calling the area, and the property that we are playing with is position, and the position specifically is position y. The position on the y-axis, so this ought to be inside the collection maps as well. So we are playing with position.y and position.y here is the fact that the position has to move -5 up for 1 second. And you know what? Let's put it aside. What do is press the arrow key, maintain control, press shift, and move right. Press Control C to copy that, and we're just gonna change here with plus. Now it's gonna move up and down, up and down. All right, let me show you how it works. Right, you can't really see it because it's centered there, but you can see my keys kind of move up and down, up and down. Depending on how you build this, let's see, -10 here, and plus 10 here is going to move even further up and down, up and down. But see, it's even moving further up and down. You can share this value to actually switch what you want. I'm gonna stick to that, which is pretty basic and pretty easy to implement for me. All right, before moving even on, I forgot to add something. Now I'm gonna attach the signal. We need to attach the signal on body entered, because the key is a collectible. So method. Let's just call it method for collectible. Collectible, right? So this is perfect. Now the condition here, what is body entered on body entered? What to do is body. Sorry, body. What am I writing here? Body. It's character. Body to the what we can do is game states dot add game, and if we do bring, much seems easy to make like this, but as you can see, this method is pretty is not precise. For more precise, I'm just gonna leave it as a comment. If you need something more precise, what you can do also is if body, you can hold by body name, go to the body dot name is equal to layer. If you need more precision, it's basically this array key is going to check if the body, which often is the character body 2D, static body 2D or whatsoever, it's that body named layer as this body named layer exactly, and it's going to now call whatever comes after against it. So this one is way more imprecise. Let's say there is another enemy or whatever you have created, also character body 2D, which means your enemy will be able to collect the cube actually. So I will recommend you for more precision to use this if body.method player, but if that doesn't also really work because of the precision, what you can also do is use another method, what's called uh, if body dot or what you do if body is in group, if body is in group and name of the group, if body is in group and guys, let's say your player is in group players. So this is how we can call it with more precision. Right, let's save this and let's move on to the game. So we already have sent the game. Let's read this and let's go back to K first. I want to see something. Yeah, this is all right. So this one, let's just go ahead. What I can do is come Control A and copy everything here. But here, Control A, and we're gonna pass that. This is for quick work. Let's also be putting more in any further. Let's connect the signal directly. We do export the entrance and connect. So we're gonna change a few things. This not name anymore key, but James, since we are calling James, just name it there, James. And we also change the thing here. We are calling James Detector, and we are assigning here James Detector. Nothing to change here, nothing to change way before this, but there is something to change here. We're not adding things, but we are adding them. And this is how fast we can actually move in Godot. Let's let me set. All right. This seems to be perfect and very quick way to work. Let's move on to the next one, which is the Spark. Let's attach scripts to it. Create. I'm gonna do the same for the soul. Let's come here, click on create, and we can create. Right, back to Spark. We get rid of all of this, and let's go back to inspector mode for Q adjustment. So when it comes to Spark, the coding part isn't really big, or we don't really expect something very huge. So let's start with creating an export variable. And the export variable we are adding is for damage, and the damage that the Spark is giving is that as I already told you, easy for this one, on every time you create different type of spikes, or depending on the level you are, by changing here, you can change for each instance the value of damage you want to deal. Import that. And now after that, we need to connect signal. We're gonna connect it to this spectrum mode. We're gonna just come here and say on body entrance, double click on it. And on body entrance, what we do is build image to layer. So to do that, if body dot name is equal to layer, for more precision, I need more and more precision the more games. What we do is body dot name is layer dot we call the function from the autoload game state, and we need to build the image. We call the function image, and what we do is image image. Yes, so it's gonna give a 10 dimension. Let's move on to so. Let's get rid of this. Back to inspector mode. Let's save. So what I want is to create kind of a rotation using my saw. So to deal with the rotation, let's this. I need to deal the rotation, not the tree root. It's the tree root is soft, but I wanted to deal the rotation to the visual image that I think works the game. So to actually deal that, let me first show you how it works. So basically, I'll just playing around with this in the thing. So it will be just spinning every time, but one is the different thing. So let's say that. I go to the coding part now. Inside there, let's create references. So we need reference of the sprites. We need also the reference to the tree node, and we need maybe the reference to the collision shape. So selecting those three, drag and drop, and before you drop, press Control, and that's it. Let's separation. Yeah, quite close. Add it like that. And let again create our export variable, which is damage, and is also dealing a damage of this one. I'm gonna create 15. Let's create another export variable. This export variable is the rotation speed and speed of rotation. So the speed of rotation is 180, and this is per second. Feels better that it's you can change it and try to see what happens, but for me I'm gonna give to what I've experimented and find perfect for this game. So process, we're gonna create one process delta, and in process delta, let's call the sprites. This is where we're gonna now deal the rotation. What is rotation? Rotation, we call the rotation degrees plus equal to rotation speed into the delta. Perfect. Now let's connect signal. We're gonna connect our signal on body entered to deal with the damages. Then the damage body entered, double click on it and click on create. Let's go back here, and what you're gonna do if gonna come in script here and copy this. No need to rewrite everything every time, and just keep playing around with Ctrl C and Ctrl V. Now we are done with this section. Let's move on to a little bit more challenging part. So we're gonna start with door and let that script door. Click on create. I'm gonna put Control F. So for the door script, it's gonna be a little bit trickier than response. Not more difficult. It's just a little bit more longer. We're going to start again with our export variable. Let's copy this line. It might need a couple of them. So let's just come here. What we're going to do is just have a couple of them like this. And now let's go back to the first one. The first variable that I need to add is next level. I'm going to use this method to change scene to scene every time the player reaches the door. So what you do here, you call the packet scene, what is export variable next level packet scene. Right. Now down here, we need to call variable export again. So texture. Sorry, so close texture. Is texture the and next one on the list is the variable of the texture, which also called a texture today. You can get rid of this. Let's go back to 2D model, I'll show you. So basically, we are using two types of so for so I was saying, as you can see for my door, you're using two different types of sprites, which means every time that I'll be using open sprite, the open sprite shouldn't be really changed legends. But when it comes to this one, as for the key and the gem, it's actually a different set of colors. And so we are it go with an orange, yellow here, and the fourth one, which is blue one. And according to the level that I'll be designing, I'll be having that of all of this. Uh, also, let's implement things, but let's stick with basics for each thing. Um, this and let's react this different script. Now, after creating these variables, now we need to create the references. We're going to call these two. We need these two references, drag or drop with control. And here it is. Let's create a reference also this button. So we come here and drag and drop and delete with control. Let's call the function ready. Oh, sorry. In ready function. So inside the ready, what we're going to apply the texture. So if closed texture, what we do is close sprite dot texture is equal to texture, sorry, not texture, but dot texture. Let's kind of copy the condition. Oh, sorry, I had it in so Control C. And down here we're gonna do the same. If open, close, open texture, and open sprite, open sprite dot texture is equal to open texture. Condition done. Let's reference for here. Make sure the indentation level matches the level here. Let's close sprite dot visible something true. Open sprite dot visible is equal to false. Right. So at first, when my game is starting, I want my open dot big dot like this, and once so they'll be triggering like this. Let me tell you. So basically, they'll be triggering in a way. Once one is visible, the other one goes like this. Like this. Right. No need for you to hide it here. It's gonna be done in directly here. Now, that connects the signal. We're gonna connect my signal body entrance on body entrance. Let's connect. Let's try to actually stylize it and make it more organized. Right. Let's clean that. Now let's go for the condition. If body dot name is equal to player. If my body dot name is equal to player let's create first a variable with very range. Better on variable is player inside, and the default value is the false. Right. So now when it comes here, what you do is player inside is player inside. If body dot is equal name. If body dot name is equal to player, what you do is player inside. Player inside is equal to true. And after that, if the player is equal to 2, we now say if game states dot as key. Remember the variable that we have here, game state. The variable as key is going to be equal to true once the player has collected the key. So if the player has the key, we call a function called open door. Then else If it doesn't have the key, we just ignore it. So we just say pass. Now let's move down a little bit. We need to connect also another function, which is body exhibit. Let's click on connect and let's align it to the right. Let's come here and delete this part. So what you do is body and here we're gonna come and this two lines like this, Control C, and come here and delete all of this and pass. That's what. So if body.name is equal to player when it's existed, is exited, press Control Z and hold here, and the button will become visible. Button visible dot false. Starting to get a little bit bad. So I'm a little bit sensitive. Now let's call this function here. And so just gonna copy it. We will now need to create it. Tuck it down here. Once we have the function, we need to add the thing inside the function. What we need to do is close sprite, the close sprite visible will be equal to false, and the open sprite. What am I writing? Open sprite dot visible and the button visible. What am I writing? Once again, button. Let's try to push it to the top first. Can't see what I'm doing down there. So now the button dot visible difficult to as well when calling this function door open. And this function is only being called when the player enters that door area. And now let's call the function. Once you have collected your key and you are detected by the door, so there is this function that we connect this signal first, and we're gonna call the function. So let's connect the signal button first. Click on create. Let's delete this, push it up, and now inside this signal function, what we need to do is we're going to call this function call deferred, and call deferred, what is call deferred calling? Call deferred will be calling a function that I will make. The function is called go to next level. Let's come and copy this name. We're going to move down here, create the function for the next level, and go to next level. What's going to call first is game state. We're going to reset everything to 0, which means we reset L and all the variables on all it. And if next level exists, what we do is get 3 dot then change to packet, and the package that you're looking for is the packaging that we have created earlier here. Now be very careful, since you have created this packet, if you do not attribute it to door, it's going to actually create an error. So you don't need to attribute it when this door is actually here in its own scene. What you need to do is every time every time you'll be putting this door inside the level, you will need to attribute it. So for right now, we're just connect that way, and here we can create anything else, but just for safety, what you do is just pass. And it's simple as that. Nothing really crazy about it. So let's move to the next one. The next one which we can move to is the moving platform. Let's move to the moving platform. So the moving platform script is a little bit long, but not complicated as much as for player and joystick. We can create. Now press Ctrl S. Let's get rid of this. We're gonna start for we're gonna start with your thing. We're gonna start first by creating few export variables and to export textures as well. So let's start with export. I'm going to copy this. I'm going to copy this, but sorry, but it's got it correctly. So the first variable we're exporting is speed of platform, like the moving platform. So speed 100, and also change later. So the other one is maybe 10, and the different that's by default is 200. Bar move horizontal, horizontal. So I want my platform to be triggered by sort when we are designing the model will be moving vertically, some of them horizontally. We can get it using more variable variables. The another one is platform texture. Even for platform also it has a different set of textures just like I know why it's because that's right. So texture is texture 2D. I was saying the platformer also uses it using the same method as the gem and the key. We have different types of floating moving platformers. We can see here. We have this one, that one, and the green one also, and we have different things that you can actually so changing just the texture. You can make anything become a moving platform. Even this one, if you want, or these boxes, or whatever, you can make them moving something. By default, but this one, let's get rid of the last export. And we're going to create a reference first. We're going to drag and drop the sprite, and before we go, the sprite control. Let's start with a variable. We're going to call it start underscore position. So my start position is of the type vector 2, and the var direction, and the direction is equal to 1, which means we start first by moving left to right. So moving left to right at initial. Then call my function ready, ready. Then once we get ready, we do start position. My start position is equal to global position. And if platform net attribute the texture, if platform texture, what to do is the sprite reference that you get. So the sprite to Z is going to change its texture is equal to platform texture. Now, what is happening? What basically also since the value of the description of the variable as texture. Like looks like right. Will be in all of my attributes from here. So texture equal to that's for my texture. So something must be wrong with this one. That's for my platformer. Customer in texture. I what is this? Here and replace that one as well. Yes. Just like that, the error is done. Now let's call that function physics. Physics process. So the fixes process is gonna check if move horizontal. If move horizontal, what it is? Global position dot x plus equal to the speed into the direction given into delta. Simple and beautiful way to make it. Down here, we're going to cover offset. We're going to create our offset, which is equal to global position, text minus start position of x always on x1 is simply horizontal. If offset. What am I doing? It's so confusing. Variable offset. So if offset, first, if offset greater than distance, what we do is double position dot x is equal to start position dot x. So if offset distance, oh, it's because this function, this variable is being declared. It's being declared, but this function doesn't know it. So this one also should be inside of this. Right? Is offset distance global position dot x is equal to start position dot x plus distance, and value offset. So if offset is less than 0, what we do is global position dot x is equal to start position dot x, and the direction will be written over here. Direction is equal to 1. So we go back to the first original identification level. I was saying we go back to the first original identification level, which is here. Now it's global. That's why. So we will go back to the same principle as we did for x. Let me just code it to a real quick. It is almost the same principle. So basically, when anything else is check if move horizontal is equal to true, is performing the movement from the x-axis. If it's horizontal is equal to false, it should be performing on the y-axis. So speed, direction, and the delta here. This is a very strict method because like identification level here is about manage. So actually, right now that I'm making it shorter, I realized I didn't actually have time for my game. I just basically just studied the tutorial without knowing exactly what I wanted to do with this. And when I'm trying it, I would like to thank Kenny for wonderful type of asset and account on his website that can be reused. And I'll be using most of them for my tutorials. And as soon as I get a hang of 3D, I will be making a tutorial for all of you. So we can also learn together. By creating most of this tutorial, I actually learned a lot because I need to do research on whatever I'm actually trying to create for my channel. And that's my way of learning fast. By teaching others, I'm also learning new things. So you can go to Penny's website and try to see different type of assets that we have there, and you can also try to create your own games, and I'll be very glad if you can link the video to your YouTube channel as well, so that I can watch the work you have done. And for all who have tried to replicate this tutorial, you can also send me the link to your project file if you want, so that I can get a look onto it, or I can even rate your work. If you send me a picture, I will make a special video to actually show everybody your work that you have done. I will just do a compilation video of all the work you have done on trying to replicate this wonderful game. simple. So simple as this. I will be very glad if everyone can actually comment down there what actually I can improve on my tutorials or on a point of view of game or tutorial type, what you guys are expecting from me and what you would like to see more and more on my tutorials. So guys, I'm done coding the moving platformer as you can see here. For those who are trying to replicate at the same time as me, you can just take screenshots here, or you can go to View and try to recreate what I have got. Go for a screenshot right now and click on section showing the process. That wonderful. Control S. Now we can save that. So once designing the movement path done, we're gonna need code for the ladder, but before we even actually coding, let's create a thing. We're gonna create like a node. We need to create a level. So the first level is level 1, and let's save it inside the level folder. So my folder here, I'm gonna right. So for the level node structure, let's go back to 2D first. What we need to create, uh, we're gonna add first a new we're gonna node, we're gonna name it just canvas. We're gonna add a canvas layer. A canvas layer is a node which string and follows the string, whatever it moves. So I'm gonna name the canvas as UI. We click on that save. I need to add another thing. What I need to add, I'm gonna add a node 2D. The duplicate the node 2D. I need to take 3 times. 3 times, sorry. First one I'm gonna name it just styles. Second one, let's name it as layout. The third one, the duplicate first. So the third one I'm gonna name it just tabs. Maybe something like that. And the fourth one, objects. Right. Import that. So inside the UI thing, we need to add 2 things. We need to add the UHD and virtual joystick. Right? So now let's go back to HUD. As you can see, HUD contains the bar and this selected. Go back here. What we need to do, we're gonna come to UI, and what we need only to do is drag and drop here. Now let's make it a child of the UI by dragging it and just like that. So as you can see, it's not centered to the origin point, which we need. By the time I give my F bar is going to be almost in the center of the screen. So to fix that, I just go to the inspect mode. I'm going to go to layouts, and in some layouts, go to transform. We're going to change the initial position for small arrow. Now center path hits the screen, which is what we need. Then once that simple virtual joystick is going to come in, drag, go in right there. But for the virtual joystick, you do not need uh, origin point because we need our virtual joystick on the left hand side of the screen, but just make sure it's the child mode of the UI. Now, now that's done. What we can also add here is the jump button. So what you need to do is just come down and go button down. Now here is bottom corner, but not very close to borders and UI as well. This is it. Let's open level. What we need to press on level, come here and add the script. Make sure that the script is not named level 1, but we need levels. Click there. Let's now add few things in level. Let's go this first. So it is where most of the things we have, like getting the input from virtual joystick and signals there, which means the level is also playing intermediate so let's start by referencing them. What we need to do is called the reference of the player. Right? For that, first we need to add the player itself, the game. So let's drag the player as well and add him to the game. We under the .2D player, we have already the joystick, the jump button, the HUD. Let's go back to the field. We're gonna start by referencing the player first. Or you draw, press control. The next thing we need to reference is the joystick. So let's come here, let's start it. I need to rename shorts. I'm just gonna make joystick. That's jump button. Now we drag the drop and we call it. Now with that jump button as well, I can fully name it the jump button if I want. And for the HUD 7 and maybe so two things that we need to add very simply and very easily. Just found ready. And inside the function ready, we're gonna call player and we're gonna call functions in player. So in player, we're gonna call function state joysticks. So if we go to player script, we have a function called state joysticks. So we just copy that back to levels, and we call the function here, the joysticks, and open parentheses. Joysticks function is expecting receiving input from joysticks. So now we call that reference joysticks, joystick, and player again. So it's back with player, we need to receive the jump. So copy this function, come back to level, and press the jump. Now jump is expecting button jump as well. Jump button, sorry. And that's almost done. Let's move down a little bit here. What we're gonna do is for game states, and what we do is call updates. We're gonna call updated. Next, our signal edge view. So we're gonna call function called updates underscore HUD. So basically, this is going to update the variables that in my game right now. The display of my variables like keys and the start gem as well. Now let's do this and then I just created here. Let's call here on and it's now what we do inside here, what we do is HUD dot update underscore is this function hasn't been made since again the HUD doesn't have a script yet, but I'm gonna add it right after this. So after putting it update keys, what you do is just key and then down here you get the HUD or update game the gems and what you're updating again here is the gems from the gem state categories. HUD again, so HUD just update out. I love the string relation method. I'm glad to use the method of calling function or variables from script to script, but the most efficient and the most easiest way is used in operators for most of all variables, which is the easiest way to actually perform this. So before we go to the level design, very basic design, we're gonna go back to HUD and click code HUD script. And at first, let's load this. Right. Let's now get rid of this and add few things for my HUD. So for inside the HUD, what we need to add the references first. So we have this two things that we're gonna add at first. That can drag down here. Sorry, I've selected the root node as well. But I'm do that and on this down here. Minus. So after getting variables references, we need the alpha reference as well. Alpha reference as well here. That comes with func ready at first. So for ready, func ready, let's move down here. What we need to do is alpha dot value is equal to the game state value of simple. Let's call a function. We're gonna call it this function. We're just gonna copy a bit easier. Again, it's for just safety of not getting rid of the worlds, but I don't want to mismatch the function names, otherwise I'm gonna get a bunch of errors. So we call that function and update keys its variable count, which is the double. What to do is key label. If keys, what you need to do is keys dot text. So now you see I'm gonna get very confused because I've named my label and this variable like name what I can move the S from this. But it's still a little bit confusing. So what I'm better be doing is just rename these variables references that you've created earlier on as label. So now if I come here and do if key label, the keys label is gonna display text. So to display text, you do label reference dot text is equal to now the text that you want to add inside quotation marks. The keys keys plus when I do a narrow conversion here. So what we need to do is to convert something that we have a variable that we have into a string variable. So the variable that you're trying to convert here is yes. Oh, sorry, not yes. I'm so crazy. It's keys. So keys is a float variable that we have in state. Keys where it is. Oh my god. I think I lost keys here. Okay, basically, I'm kind of happy. Okay, let's go back to the basics here. So what we is gonna do is display keys, and if keys is equal to true, it's gonna go keys true, keys false, to show that you have collected the key or not. Back to level here, we're gonna have copy update gem here on the same principle as we did for the key. Let's put down a little bit here. Create a function of names, and if game label games sorry games label dot text that text is equal to games space also do another converting here to convert the variable now conversion in that. So update gems is also expecting a variable here. So earlier when I said I was a little bit confusing, because I thought this keys was the one that I defined in my game state, but no, the keys that I'm calling here is now conversion is this variable here, it's variable right here. So both of them actually. And lastly, we need now to add functions update help, just levels of that. Go back to HUD, right found, and now let us get off and value, and we call it alpha. What we do is alpha dot value equal to value. Now we get it. I can say for now we are settled for the basic for work for this game. Get rid of that. And before you even test the game, it's a little bit tricky to test the game. Let's say I run current level, what's going to happen is that's going to go infinitely. But as you can see already, the joystick is perfectly working for me. I can keep step and right. So this is great. It isn't perfect. So for that, what's missing here is the visual for the ground and maybe the background. So let's start with adding the child node to our account and then add the camera player. Before I show you how to set up camera player in Godot, let's first add another child node to the result layer. So we're going to have something called a color correct. I'm gonna rename that color rect as, sorry, what am I doing? As a background, and make sure that this background is under the UI. Let's set it up there. And what we can do is change this all the way. I can way smaller maybe. Because right now, if I do this, it's still hiding the player, the character itself. So the best thing to do you can do is just move it back to child here. I'm gonna move it back down, and let's look at it back there. So dial here is should be a little bit. Let me change it a little bit. I don't know why it actually disappeared. So here inside here, plus what you can do is add another canvas UI, canvas layer. Sorry. You can also name it as UI. That is what it is. But still child notification. And this canvas UI, what we can do is set its layer to something negative -5, and this UI add a child node to it, and that's the color rate that you're adding. Then the color rate as full screen. Now you see it's behind everything. It's behind the text bar, the detection bar thing is behind the player, so but the color is too bright, and you can see there. So let's just play around with this, and what do is reduce the alpha value to 280. But still, you can also darken the liquidity for once. Just balance it. You can go to visibility, and in self-modulate, I can make it a little bit darker. Unfortunately, this asset application for anything in some way set background, others really appreciate setting background. So there's to this and try to make them power. So after I assigning the background, I've logged it to keyboard, where we will this time it's the map there. So when you click on the top map layer, as you can see, this menu tile map on the bottom layer up here, it has several things that you use them right. First of all, what we need to do is assign a tile set in the inspector. So if you're wondering what is a tile set, the tile set is the image which is provided by the artist, the artist, or the but mostly to the artist, I think, for that set. So after assigning the tile set, click on it, what happened now? They are asking for a tile stuff. Now the tile source is the image that so something that came into mind to me is the fact that I did not even pay attention or even try to think what was the size of this picture. We are looking for this one. So I don't know if it's a 64 by 64 or whatsoever. I'm frankly a little bit confused. So I'm just gonna go by child. So as you can see, right now we're on 16 by 16, which isn't really great. It isn't covering though. What you can try to do is manually change it. I'm gonna go to 64 by 64, which is pretty the standard for most of the asset that I download online. And to apply that, need to reinforce or delete the first one. Come here and press. As you can see, it's a 64 by 64. Every square is now perfect. So I want to also see the difference between these two. What exactly is the difference? And there is no really much difference. Maybe the outline. I'm not sure about it. Let's see. Frankly, I don't see any difference, but we're not going to stick to that. So before we start painting things, you can review and try to stay on that with me. So let's zoom in. I'm going to show you what to do next. So after designing this and resetting all of this, I'm just going to add something here in the inspector node. If you have not selected this, make sure you click on it. Once selected, it's going to come down here, and what you need to add is a physics. What the physics layer does is it's going to act as a collision or a solid collision form. Again, if you unselect this one, there is no collision, anything. But if you come and select layers, it's actually going to be pretty easy for your player to collide with the collision. So you can actually select different sets of players according to the message of the game. But for the sake of simplicity and if it want a beginner level, I'm just gonna give this collision layer. With them selected, we're just gonna enter it. Now back to this menu here, down here, this tile set menu. We're gonna come on the menu paint, click on paint. We're gonna come to select property editor. We're gonna click on it and open. Come to physics. In physics layer 0, we're gonna click on it. And what we need to do now is to add this collision on top of what is selected. Once you click next, just need to paint or what you need to collide with character. So right now, everything is collide with basic is. I haven't even had most of these things, but then just add them in collisions. And I think that's pretty much what we need. Once that's done, I will leave you a little time for you also to actually kind of right now, as you can slide up, right? Once that's done, we're gonna go back down here and click on Tilemaps, which is what we need. Now, to actually paint or draw these assets from the tile map, we need to use this set of tools. Let's start up. We have different sets of tools here. We have the select tool, which is pretty useful. There is the pen tool, which can be triggered with the on the keyboard. With the line tool, the rect tool, and the bucket tool. But the one I often use are these two, the pen tool and the rectangle tool. So selecting the rectangle, you can actually come here and draw whatever you want on a rectangular shape on the size you want. And to actually delete this, what all you need to do is maintain the right click and using the selection rectangle, we're gonna delete it. Then go with the space tool. So the pen tool, once it's selected, you can really see one by one and then come here and place one by one as one. And to delete it, you just take the right. So what that selection tool does, the selection tool just like all tiles after the paint is done. It even press delete on your keyboard, then it will be gone. Tiles selected. Then go back to rectangle shape. We're gonna just come here and we're gonna draw something pretty easy. Just a straight line of this ground. And we're gonna select this as well. And try to clear this like this. Press Ctrl S to save. We're gonna run the current scene and try to see what's happening. Now, as you can see, I got my character. Using my keyboard, I can jump and move around. As you can see, this is pretty easy and very awesome. So now when it comes to analog, it's also working, and the jump button is working as well. Pretty useful. Now, if we want even to text even furthermore, we need to add these objects that we have made for my game. Let's go to asset track. We need to add object we have made. So go to world, and in objects, first of all, we're gonna add the door. Let's done the door, and we're gonna add it here. But as you have realized, the door is a little bit too slow and too small. Sorry, too small for the character. We need to really set the door to do so. I'm gonna go back to my store node and selecting the root node door. I'm gonna come to transform and change its type to 2.5 scale. As you can see, the door at its type. Now back to level 1. I'm gonna come here and try to align it. You can enable grid for more precision. And now selecting that, you can set the door on the right level. Make sure that the door is not under the tab, but it's in object mode. And now, as you can see, if I run the current game, I'll move the door. The door isn't opening. You want to know why? Is because you didn't assign any texture to this open door. So what we can do here is once you have added door to your level, you need to assign this thing. gonna assign the next level, but we're just gonna leave that for now. That's simply not the figure level. We're gonna come to close texture and select the texture we want. We already have the blue one. And to open the texture, we're gonna use this one as well. Click on here and save. So what we need to add next is we're gonna add a key. I'm gonna add it here, and we're gonna add also two things. Add the saw. Let's add it somewhere here, and another one to the door. Let's add spy. I'm gonna add the sprite to my level. I need to make sure that the level is actually on the right thing. Let's add the gem as well. I'm gonna add gem on top of the sprite, and then I click it. And I need to also my other objects inside our function, which is the moving platformer. Let's add the moving platformer here. So as you can see, the moving platformer can change by speed, can also change the platformer itself, texture. We can change if it's horizontal or not. So let's, once selected, press Ctrl D to duplicate, and we're gonna add the second one. Add it right after the door. What I can do is change the distance to 150, and maybe the speed is something then lower. Maybe let's say 50. Right? Press button to save. You can press escape on your keyboard to enable Tilemap. Because every time you'll be clicking on your screen, it's gonna enable Tilemap, so you can press Ctrl Alt look. And once you press escape, if you click on it anymore, it doesn't really bother you. Once that's done, an object missing again here is the ladder. Ladders. We're gonna add ladder, maybe somewhere around here. That's right, one line is perfect. Right, now let's run the currency. We're gonna test different objects and added. As you can see, my character is kind of colliding with that, and this creates an error. We're gonna fix it later. Let's move on with this. As you can see, my character is getting damaged. The time works on its side. So here it is. Every time we're working on it, it will collide with it. And when it comes to the soul, it's the same principle. Now start the game. So they go to the ladder. As you can see, nothing's happening there. Why? Because the ladder is effective. I'm on it. I can move. Right. We're gonna come back to it later also. So a few things like this weird movement happening is with the moving platformer. And same goes with the door, which we can deliver on. And same goes with this platformers, right? So for now, we'll add different object and try to see the different behaviors up. So level. Let come here, and I'm gonna close this. Right. Let's run the current level. We're gonna try to pinpoint what issues are coming from. As you can see, I can jump, really jump, even with the joystick, then I can get damage to spike. But the only issue is if I jump on top of the spike, as you can see, nothing is happening. Only from the sides, and same from the saw. You can see it. Now the level has restarted. Now the other issue is also coming from the ladder. What is happening is not being detected at all. And another issue is the hole, nothing's happening. So we're gonna fix that here. First, I would like to create a detector to detect if the player is falling and is beneath the ground level. It's supposed to that. So to do so, I'm gonna come to level, add a child node, gonna add a first node to D, and we're gonna call it limit. and add a child node to that limit, and we need to add an area. I'm gonna add an area 2D, and that area need a collision shape. So I'm gonna add collision shape. And before you can add the collision shape, I would like to move this area at the bottom somewhere else. Do that. I'm just gonna zoom in and press my mouse key. Now I will enable the grid. I just have to make sure that this is the area. It should be somewhere here. Now I can add the collision shape child node, the collision B, and when it comes to the shape that we need to add, you can either use word boundary, but for me, I would like to go with a segment shape 2D. And what I'm gonna do with it is to actually shape it in the manner that I want. Now, all what's remaining here is just to set this line to the length of the level. But since I'm working on something very short, what I can do is push this line up to something like this, and the other line, that a point, to an extent bigger than somewhere around there. So save. Now, now nothing's gonna happen. What you need to check if you remember very well. In my player, there is bird box detecting an object that enter in collision with, but it was checking what area is colliding. So we have an area later. If the area is in group pattern, what's the job? But we are looking at this one. So we need to add the new area we have created into the group. We need to add it to the group. What is that? So we need to create that group. Click on this cross. We're gonna add a group pillar and click OK. Now save. Let's run the current level. If I move, okay, it works perfectly. Now let's see if it works. Yeah. Every time my player touches that area or entering collision that line, it's gonna restart my levels. So next things on the list fix is the spike. First, let's see what error we're getting here. The said removing collision object nodes during a physical callback is not allowed and will cause undesirable behavior. You can just you can ignore it for now. I don't think it's really short my game for now, but maybe we'll come back later to it. So when it comes to the ladder, I don't know something up about the ladder since it's not in the group ladder. It should be detecting properly and set the climbing function that before even go to the other thing, let's first fix the spike. I think the spikes might be due to more of the collision shape of the area more than anything else. So this zone is the one detecting and giving damages, and the red part is the one colliding. So I can just increase the size of the blue parts. Something that's bigger, this, right? This is the perfect fit for that. And I think that's it. Back to level, we need to check also for something. I wanted to see how this behaves when set horizontal movement only. Right? So run again. And here it is. Now the only issue is we are still on basic working on basic principle that I'm teaching, right? Or will be going crazy and trying to, make something very hard that we can explain for now. So let's move and see what up on the other side. As you can see, this one is now moving very quickly. but I don't like the fact that it's going under the grass. So, but maybe just need to experiment with it. You can push it up like this, and I think that's it. So let me show you real quick. We'll come back to the ladder. Let me show you real quick how to create that second level that we need so desperately for some of the content work. So we got the level here. We just come to that level scene, we duplicate it and rename that last part as level 2. And now we can click here and come here on the root node. We're gonna rename it level save. Now that's perfect. So once that's done, you can find, I don't know, maybe move some of these things. You know, just try to set them on a different position. I'm gonna put the door right here, and the door key, I double click on it. That's why. The door key is maybe here, and the player itself. Someone will be around here. Maybe here, yes. And this one, I can even increase this distance, can go even higher. But for that, I need to set it up a little bit up here. Then it's going to move on a longer distance. Right now, what we have made here is the second level. Why we've made it is to attribute this scene level to the door for the change in scene. So once you find the door in object node, click on door. What you need now to do is, if you're on level 2, you go back to level 1. But in a better logic way is, if you're on level 2, you can create a level 3, and from level 2 you go to level 3, level 3, level 5, and more. Then you can even create a menu, level menu. I'll show you how to create it. So here, in level 1, you have also to find the door, and from level 1, the door is leading us to level 2. So let me find level 2. I can click on level 2 and save. So before we even test this, I would like to create quickly a menu, and my menu is just going to be a control node. I'm going to name it as menu. Simple as that. And that's the menu to be full rectangle, and I'm going to save it in level folder. It doesn't really matter. I'm going to save it in folder. And what we need to add, we can add the background. So for the background, I'm going to use the color red node, which is the banner BJ. Sets the anchor preset to correct and save it. And I'm gonna pick a color, a random color. Got set it light blue, but too bright. So go to visible, and inside self modulate, I'm gonna change the brightness more darkish. Right, now we got this one. All I can add here, I can add a label. And to do so, I can just come inside here and copy the label, but that won't really reflect the basic principle of this tutorial. So I'm going to show you again how to create the label. So you go into the search bar and labels. And I can also use the anchor preset for the label as well. So what I can do is put it on the center top. As you can see, now the text for that, you can add the title of the game. But for me, I'm just going to write platformer game. Now I can play around with something with grids. I'm going to come to my inspector. Inside the console node functions, we're going to look for theme override, and we're going to go to font size. We're going to change it to 70, and you can even change the font. I have the font, so you come here, click on this more icons. You're going to press enter, and I can use any of the fonts. So I'm going to go to Atlas as it is, and let's click on it and drag it a little bit down. This is how you make it. Like it. So we have designed a label and we have changed its font and its font size. We can even play around with few parameters like the color. You can change the color of it and it's it. So for me, I'm gonna keep it the basic color, which was already. You can also change few things like line spacing, shadow, and all of that. What's actually fun to use is to change the outline to create an effect. And I can add an outline of 10 here. Let's add the button. I'm gonna add a button. So when that you click on that button, you go to the first level. So inside the search bar, look for the button node. We can also use the anchor presets to set it into the center. Now let's zoom in and we're gonna replace our button. So let's decide it something big. And this small rectangle that you're seeing is where you can click and so in the inspector, the text we're gonna add there is dots and label as well as button can be changed using the theme override. I can come to the font size and change it to 30. And I can also change the font. I'm going to click here, click on this load, and we're going to use the same. I can also change the constant. So for this, I'm going to use the outline size 5, and I can keep it at that. You can change the color of font as well as this for the title. So now come to the root node, we're going to attach a script, click on create, let's get rid of all of this. We're going to come here and click on button, go to inspector in signal section. We're going to look for the signal press on button press. We're going to double click on it and click on connect. So what happened when next, what we do is function called get3. We're going to call get3, then we can change the file directly passing file, change into node and change into path. I prefer using path, which is really convenient, but for that you need to create variables. So what I can do is click on export variable, and that variable can be level, let's call it level, and that variable is of type packet. And inside the brackets, we're gonna call the packet layer, just like that. Right now, if I click on menu, I can come to the root node, go back to the root node. Unfortunately, I don't know what is happening. Why isn't it showing? So for variable packet level, it should be working that month. Okay, this might be possible. Okay, the error is saying invalid argument for change packet function argument. Packet is the description next task. So we're gonna go to one of the methods that I don't really like, but it's properly working. So what we do is we preload directly in the script here. So to do so, we just like this one, and that's it. Now, click on run current game. I'm going to select my main menu as the main scene. Here it is. Now, if I click on start, here I am sent into my level 1. And I can easily get damaged by the spike, simple this. And when it comes to the door, there is a small issue with the door. For now, I don't know why the door isn't really starting. So let's go here down here and check what the error is. This said non-existent for that. So let's get rid of this first. We're gonna just stick to the simple variable, not an export variable, and try to see if I might have passed the wrong path, but you can also come drag directly here and put it in without brackets. Let's clear that. And we're gonna try to fix two things. The door isn't responding, so let's sure that it's on door here. And we're trying to check if body doesn't layer. What we can also change if we just body is character body 2D to keep it very simple, but yet performing and working. Right? Yes, that's what's needed here. Now let's run the game again and let's see what's happening. Let's click on start, move around. As you can see, the door opens. Now, if I click on next level, you can see nothing is opening. So that might be due to one of the access. What you need to do is when you are actually sending inputs via touch screen, it's often being blocked by something. In this case, it can be blocked by the control node. What you need to do is try to locate all the control node type. And what you do, you go to either inspector and in mouse, what you do is it's stopping the mouse input. What we can do is select ignore and save. Let's look for the other control node type. Comes to menu and mouse, what we say mouse is ignoring that. And I think this goes same for the virtual joystick itself. The virtual joystick can blocking the mouse input to the screen. So we do ignore. Same for the button jump. Comes to button jump, and what we do is we are looking for mouse and we do ignore. And let's go back to door. In door, need the button to be hidden first. And the door, we need to change something. We're going to change the ordering. So this Z index in Godot in ordering, the more you push it to the negative, the more it goes behind in layer. But we're going to just stick to -1. If you put it in positive when you're increasing, it's going to be shown at first layer. Right. So after that, let's run this game. Run this game. Is now you can see the door is open, the level showing that it's complete. I'm back with level 2. Here, nothing is happening because I haven't collected this key. I haven't collected the key. Go back here and see now it's at the next level. Nothing happening, which is really naturally what should happen, right? Let's fix this. What now we need to check is what is happening with the ladder. So map layer and detecting the ladder. So we're gonna go back to script, and inside the script, we are going to check for how these buttons are connected and how is the player detecting the ladder itself. So let's move down here and make sure that we are on player. So on Hitbox, the areas are well connected and everything is really easily working and perfectly written. So I wonder what's happening. Why isn't the ladder itself? The ladder. So I don't know. Maybe everything seems to be perfectly working. I guess maybe it's due to the size of it. I don't think so, but you know what? Let's try that. I guess it is. Run the game again. Let's start. And that's it. If my click, it's still not working. Anyways, so I'm gonna fix that real quick and we'll get back to it. Perfectly working, I guess. Let's close this and I'll try to look at the issue and fix it. Right. Let's do this. Let's close this and try to figure out what exactly is blocking the player from interacting with the ladder. Let's come here and we're going to reduce this. So in the player, what happened was going wrong. I think it was more of how the detection was made up. Maybe how the ladder detects student really detect ladder. So I tried to figure out what's going wrong, but I'm not sure if it's gonna work. So let's just run it and see how it's let's start and let's start the game. Now if I jump again, actually, as you see now it's working, but it's climbing behind the ladder, which is awful also look at. So what we can do is come to ladder. Where is ladder? All right, click on the root node, go back to inspector mode, and we're gonna change the ordering. Let's put it to -1. And also something that actually taking me is the fact that the door text is looking weird. Where is the door? Let's try door. What we can do is redesign the text and how it comes out. So let's zoom out. The text seems to be pixelated. I don't like that. So what I can do is come button when it's selected, scroll down, find the theme override, and in theme override, no change add font. So you already know how to do it. I've done it earlier for the title of the game and the button inside menu. Click on quick load and just select whenever you have close. So this button we need to add that add sorry, hard color. Yeah, the custom, sorry. The outline size is 25. As you can see, it's still looking pixelated. So the main issue is because I have in transform, when I needed a bigger door, I changed the size of the whole root node, which means all of them are being upscaled. That's why like it's kind of being stretched. What we can fix there, what we can do, instead of changing the size of all of this, what we can do is only scaling this to a visual representation of the door. We're gonna change the scale to 5, and right after that, we now enable the grid and change the parameters here. So we're gonna move button and little bit up, and that's it. Now Control L, and we need also to change the relationship since we have changed the size of the image. Not almost visible, let's turn it red. Now you can see that after scaling up the whole image, we need also to catch up with the collision shape. Let's Control L, we're gonna click here, and that's it. Now let's run the game again. Let's start, and now I can get the image. This ought to be fixed though. I don't know how, but I'll fix it maybe later. The fact that it's standing on it, on standing on the trap isn't really what you can do. So small issue, the player still goes behind the ladder. So I don't know on how far they send the ladder behind. What is it again? I've sent it. Oh, I set the index, the Z index to +1 instead of -1. Things like this can often happen when you're creating a game. Especially like this, you can make mistakes like this. And that is now this on top of the layer. I can climb up, I can sit down, and I can also unlock it. So the jump button is also working, which is very good to look at. And I haven't really told you, but remember when you collect the keys, this change of also too, and the gem also is being monitored or being pushed away by this. Seems like I'm trapped actually here. Since I'm unable to jump high enough, it doesn't really matter. But in your design, what you can also do is if you come to the player script, you can change how high you can jump. I just change it like this. That now on a normal jump, I should be able to Now, well, let's see. Um, yeah, next level. And this one, since I turned the speed and out, so it is, I can also, you know, just go back here. We are already reaching the end of the tutorial. Really hope it was useful and very helpful to all those beginners who are looking into studying uh, creating games with Godot. This is the best way to start. It's always starting by 2D platformers, getting the hang of how things can be done, how to add images and how to use the nodes, and how to also do the scripts on a basic levels. So small challenge for you guys. I will let you redesign the level in a proper manner using all of these type of assets. That means you can see better. I would love for you to design 3 different types of level using these different type of assets. The first one will be green gas, the second one will be sand, and the third one will be snow. And after that, you can also change again, alternate with the stone instead of the ground. I'm gonna change it to stone. So in total, I need you to create 6 levels using different type of assets and also change the platform, this moving platform texture using the different thing. You can also change the moving platform by using the log here. We can add the tree plant here. We can add so much things. I just hear you to do it, and I'll be very glad to see what you think. I'll make it very quickly and the same. Then I'll show you how my results comes out. So behind the scene, I've created set of sort of level. I just duplicate that set of level that I just created. Here, see, it's kind of like this. So all of them kind of just look the same. I didn't really go into creating the design. I just changed the texture to show you how you can vary these things. So now the first thing we need to do here after creating all of this is to fix the door. So what I mean by fixing the door is to make sure that we are passing the right level. So when you're on level 1, the next level is level 2. Naturally, click on level 2. And when we move to level 2, click on door, we're going to remove that. And from level 2, we are going back to level 3 to click on level 3. So from level 3, we are going to level 4 to click on door and remove the old one. We're just going to do this for the remaining levels. From level 3, we're going to level 4. From level 4, select the door. Then from level 4, we're going to go to level 5, like that. And inside level 5, select the door. We'll be moving from there to level 6. Click on save. So from level 6, since we only made 6 levels, if you want to make more, you can add more levels for your game, and you can go crazy with the design and how you make them. I do not really have too much inspiration right now that we have just kept the same design. So from 6, since I do not have any further level, what I'm going to do is from my level 6, I'm going to send me back to my main menu. So once you finish level 6, it's going to send you back to main menu. So menu here. Now I can save. Now let's run the game and see how it runs. We can start. Here how it starts. Attach this again damage. And simple. So let's now move. Right, select the gem. Now jump. Let's make sure that we can climb. All right. I'm gonna click here and move here. I've made a double platformer. What you can just do to make this moving platformer is plus 2 platformers instance next to each other. Then you move on the same direction. Of course, it has the same property, same distance, same speed. Otherwise, they're gonna just move awkwardly. So now after that, here I'm getting damaged by this. The only way is to try to pass through from above, and here I can come and jump and the door opens for me. I click on next level. This is how my next level looks like. It's basically the same type of gameplay. It might look boring, but I wanted also to show you something. So from this level, if I go here and fall, yeah, you restart the game because you fell into water. Let's pick the key and try to finish the whole level thing. Wait for platformer to come back. I just realized that didn't realize that this isn't really the perfect platformer. It's not really the perfect platformer, as you can see, since I can stand from the edges, but I do not fail until this isn't really natural. But we are still on beginner level. Maybe in my second tutorial, a little bit more advanced, I'll be showing you how to create even more, develop and more details and with more animations and more details for this game. Let me around level 5. You can see I changed also the backgrounds isn't really great, but just prepare it that way also. I don't really particularly love this character. It's so limited. It's just his animations are pretty fun, but I just feel like it's too limited as for the game idea. Now, given these errors, we can fix it in my next tutorial maybe. Right now, we can be going into details. It's going to be very long and very complicated for every beginner to try and catch up to what I'm doing right now. Now, next level, which is this the last one, level 6. I can move. I like to see. And the spec is to simplify it. It's in the name actually, simplified platformer. All you need is just a few platformers and few decorations, which are not really great, but sticks to the basics that we require for this tutorial. This jumping thing isn't really great. I don't really feel the jumping this smooth as I would like to. And click on next. Now we are back to the platformer menu. That's it for a beginner tutorial. So I really hope guys you have enjoyed watching this till the end. And if you watch the video till the end and you can comment okay in the comment section so that I will know you have followed me through the journey up to the very end. So guys, let's catch up for the next tutorial in few weeks.